Hello, everyone. You're watching Let's Talk About Prepping. Just doing a little bit of a Christmas evening live stream chat here. Hope you're all doing well, having a good evening. Just see who pops in for a little bit of a chat. No topic to guide the night tonight. Been a pretty normal day with family. Pretty laid back and relaxing. Just hanging out with family. Got my parents and sisters here. My grandfather that lives nearby. Went and picked him up. Had him over for dinner. Got some pretty decent presents. Some clothing. A nice new mouse for my computer. A gaming mouse. It'll be pretty good for all kinds of stuff. It's shaped well for your hand, which is a good thing. And a few other nice things. Love to hear from you guys what you did for your Christmas, what you received, or presents you got for somebody else that you're pretty happy with having gotten them. Sometimes that's even better than receiving something for yourself. Hey, Prepared Mind, how you doing? Merry Christmas to you. How's your day going? Yep, I've been having a pretty good time hanging out with my family. Everybody's either taking naps or making stuff or just doing their own thing right now. So I thought it'd be a nice time to hop on and see who wanted to have a little bit of a chat. I know sometimes, even on a day like Christmas, you end up with a little bit of downtime and wishing there was a good video up or people to chat with. And oftentimes, YouTube is pretty dead on days like this. Hey, Gil, how are you doing today? You having a good Christmas there? I was just saying, sometimes it's nice to have someone to chat with whenever there's a little bit of quiet time on that Christmas evening. And oftentimes, days like Christmas, a lot of YouTube channels go quiet, and there's really nothing new on, and gets a little bit boring on YouTube. And I'm doing well, Prepared Mind, thank you. And I'm in Idaho. But it's pretty likely that we met on another person's channel, like through Will over at Just in Time Prepping. But yeah, I pick up a lot of people just from interacting on other people's channels. So pretty likely we met either there or somewhere similar. Very good, Gil. Yep. Yeah, there's always a little bit of quiet time on a day like Christmas. And I've always noticed that on holidays, a lot of channels don't bother uploading or getting on here or things like that. And if you do happen to use YouTube for a little bit of socialization, it can be a little bit of a quiet day sometimes. And I think most of us get a little bit of our socialization from YouTube. Anna, how you doing? I wondered if you'd hop on there. How you doing today? How was Christmas over at the Brown household? Oh, that's cool. Prepared Mind. Part of Idaho? I'm up in the Panhandle. I was living in Bonners Ferry for a long time, but now I'm a bit further south from there. Well, yeah, that's cool, Lana. I'm glad that you're here to hang out for a minute. Oh, that's cool. Prepared mind. Well, maybe you'll start doing yours, and I'll hop on there when we're done here. You know, I've always thought that it would be cool if channels could do live streams paired together, because as it is, only one channel hosts the other channel. But aside from doing a video and making a link to go over to the other live stream, there's no way to let people know in a live fashion that your channel is involved in a live stream. But I've always thought it would be pretty cool for collaboration live streams if you could have a thing where it casts across all the live streams of the channels if they want when you join in. That way everybody who clicks on any of the channels ends up in the host live stream. But YouTube didn't used to like having collaborative action between channels. I think they support it a bit more nowadays, but yeah, I think I would always still like to end up purchasing land in Boundary County, but I could also see myself ending up in the Yak or somewhere like that. In the Panhandle of Idaho, prepared mind. Well, I would suggest having them get on my channel, and I can help find a few other channels. There's a group of us up here. We're not a mutual assistance group by any means, but we did have a YouTube and sustainable living channel meetup during this summer, and we're planning more. And we're going to be forming a little bit more of a cohesive group, at least for the sake of the YouTubers that are doing this in my area. And a lot of us are pairing up as groups that are close together. Living the Dream Homestead, Hidden Valley Homestead, Simple Living. Good and Simple Living. They're in my feed every single day. But in fact, here. These guys. Living the Dream Homestead, Hidden Valley Homestead, North Country Off Grid, Imagine Acre Wood, Good Simple Living, and Homesteading. I think their channel name is now just Good Simple Living. Bear Pot Timber, Quality of Life, Idaho Hillbillies, Survivology 101, Martin Johnson, Shaw's Prospecting, Tom's Backwoods, Homesteading Family, Let's Talk About Prepping, North Idaho Homestead, and Essential Mountain Homesteading. I read all of that in mirror form just now for you guys. I hope you're able to appreciate that. And Anna, it is. I hope this is okay. Can you show alcohol on YouTube still? I know you can't show guns on live streams anymore. But it is a Washington hard apple cider with raspberry. Pretty darn good. Yeah, I've switched the room around a little bit. I went on vacation for a week, and my sister stayed in here since this was originally her room. So I put everything away. Oh, and we rent this place, and they sold it to another homeowner who continued to rent it to us. But in the meanwhile, I had to clean up. But Here's my crates. The crates really are a really nice prepper storage solution. Oh yeah, and the closet's full of them. It's way too messy to show you, but I actually have the entire closet is full of crates up to the ceiling, and you can actually get the crates too deep inside the closet. So you can fit like 20 or 30 crates inside of a rather small closet full of stuff ready to grab and go. So they really are a nice storage and mobility option. Yeah, prepared mine. Definitely get her on here. There's a lot. I mean, really the problem isn't having enough people who are preppers in the area. It's actually having a reason for any group of them to identify with you. I don't brag about it too much, but the majority of people around here are either preppers or farmers or off-gridders, or they know someone who is people who are. But it's not unusual to be a prepper around here so much as they just sort of, oh, okay, yeah, you're one of the people around here who has either moved here because to be that, or who lives here and is sort of that mode already. That's a good idea, Anna. Yeah, the crates really are just so handy. I think that they're underappreciated. They're so simple, you know, just a hunk of plastic, but they're cheap. I mean, they're not cheap, but they are indestructible compared to so many other things nowadays, and reliable. And you can stack them, you can carry them easily, you can carry multiple of them easily. They're just the kind of versatile and extremely handy, efficient thing that preppers appreciate, I think. It surprises me that you don't just see them more in prepper videos. I don't know. Well, yes, Anna, they're cheap. See, all the crates that I have, I saved from the dump because my manager at my last job set them out back. And if the truck driver didn't take them within a couple days, he threw them in the dumpster. And that's not the recycling dumpster. That's just the dumpster that goes to the landfill. And for some reason, the truck driver that brought us the crates would not take them. So we just would end up, he would throw away. I don't know how many he's thrown away over the course of his career, but I started saving them from the dumpster. So yeah, they were free for me, but well, yeah, prepared mine. Definitely be good to know people in the area. And I've definitely meant for a while to focus on apartment prepping and people who are prepping on a small footprint, because so many people are stuck in an apartment and don't have somewhere that they're going to go necessarily in most situations. So it's definitely something that needs to be focused on, because a lot of prepper channels and survivalist channels, the vast, there's a majority of them have at least a little bit of space to work with. There's not a lot of big prepper channels that are in a small apartment. So it is a topic that doesn't always get focused on. Hey, Tony, how you doing? I was sort of hoping you'd still be up. I tried to do it early enough for some of my East Coast friends to hop on. Oh, yeah, free pallets are really nice, Anna. I used to work in a lumber yard for a hardware store lumber yard, and definitely I had all the pallets I wanted, good and bad pallets, and scrap wood besides. I don't know if you're using them for burning or. Yeah, I'm glad you dropped in too, Tony. Yeah, Anna's here, so that's cool. We've got a little bit of the old crew. We'll see who else manages to hop in. How old is your friend there, Prepared Mind? I mean, that's not a huge factor, but for a woman going alone, bugging out in the woods, it could be tough for people of a couple different age groups. It's okay, Anna. My girlfriend's East Coast, so she's 58. Well, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be easy for anybody around here to be bugging out in a truck. Ooh, what kind of documentary is Tony? Yes, she is, Anna. And you're all a couple states from the coast anyway. Broken, huh? What's that about? The series Broken on Netflix is what Tony's watching. Midwest. I know it is, isn't it? I always thought when I was younger that the Midwest was more west. Like I always thought of like Utah as Midwest because it's not Northwest and it's not West Coast. So short of that, we'd have Midwest, and then you'd have Mideast, and then the East. But I think we wanted to avoid the whole Middle East in the United States part. I think I'm not sure if that was the case, but and what did they have to say about the vaping industry? I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Anytime that you have somebody atomizing something, vaporizing something with hot metal and inhaling it, and when that something is cheap stuff that someone bought by the gallon and whipped up in their garage, you're going to have a bad time. It is amazing how much that has scared a lot of people. For those of you who don't know, I work in a shop where we sell craft microbrew, local beers, and wine, and cigars, and vape. And it is amazing. I mean, even people who don't use it, they're buying cigarettes or alcohol or whatever. They'll stop and ask me if how much of a hit our business has taken from the scare over the vape industry. And I have to explain, you sort of have to explain to them that we haven't taken a hit at all, because anybody who is involved in paying attention to that quickly found out how much of it was being overblown by the media. Yeah, Tony, that is going to be a real problem. Sorry, I'm catching up with you guys here. Interesting, Anna. Oh, I'm sure they are, Gil. It's just like any industry. It's if you can buy that, you're going to keep people are going to try to keep going cheaper and cheaper until they can't anymore. What it is that there are multiple different compounds that can be used to thin or thicken or stabilize these products, and there are some that when they reach a certain temperature, they undergo a chemical change and they become something toxic. And then there are other forms of that same exact chemical with a slightly different molecular structure that don't undergo a chemical change until a much higher temperature. And so you're just fine, theoretically, to be inhaling that compared to the actively toxic compound, which is made whenever you use the cheaper stuff. So a lot of the deaths that occurred earlier this year or last year, the ones that were being reported on earlier this year, those were all linked to people who were vaping marijuana cartridges that had been refilled by somebody in their garage, essentially. But you pretty much do need to be getting your stuff from somewhere that's having laboratory testing done, because otherwise, yeah, they can be purchasing who knows what and putting it in there, or just mixing it yourself. You can buy all that stuff online, so. And that is one problem there, Tony. But at the same time, there are a lot of adults who really enjoy. I mean, that's one of the main things that got them to stop, is that it was something pleasant, and only something pleasant like that will give you the reward. I mean, for a lot of people, gum or patches just don't provide the reward sensation then that's produced by a cigarette. The cigarettes are nasty, but I can say from experience that if you don't find something to replace what you get from that, it's not going to do it. Yeah, and I like I said, I mean, I used to smoke American Spirits, so anytime I would try to replace that with anything, there was nothing that would do it. But for a lot of people, it does provide a little bit of a reward sensation that helps them to get, to not need to go back to that, and it's something that helps them gauge down. And regardless, most people report that they feel better and are inhaling less matter when it comes down to it than they were whenever they were using cigarettes. Oh, you guys. Yeah, Tony, that's well, I've made a video about it. You guys probably have seen, but yeah, I got so sick in my throat, just where your throat gets so infected all the way down that it just hurts to swallow, hurts to do anything, just eat or anything, but you can't help but cough. And I had that for long enough that by the time it was over and I could even think about smoking again, I had no urge to, and I never got the urge to, beyond just occasionally catching a whiff and having that, it smells good to you no matter what afterwards, no matter how bad it smells. After you're done with it, there's a nostalgia to it. But I've never jonesed for it since I quit. And it's been, I can't remember if it's been 2 or 3 now. I'll have to check my video to see what I said. More than 2 at this point. Yeah, Tony. I was smoking spirits and they were always $7 a pack. They're more than $7 a pack now. Hey, Robert and Cindy, how you doing? Anna, did you say you're down to just 2 packs or you're down by 2 packs? It's unclear. Oh yeah, Gil. I just I do believe that inhaling things is not great, but I mean, I'm not going to say you didn't say that they all smoked, but the jury is out on smoking causing cancer. There is no positive evidence showing that vaping is nearly as dangerous. So if it gets people off of cigarettes, which, do I look a little tilted to you guys? Guess I wasn't paying attention to that. These things should really come with a little bit of a level. But yeah, I mean, I definitely believe that it's better than smoking. I was going to say Clinton. I don't think I have any Clintons behind me. Well, Tony, most of the vapor industry wants them to make it 21 and over for all nicotine products, period, which hopefully would help to keep some of the teenagers from getting their hands on it. But the problem is that it's not always, and maybe not even the majority of it, is coming from their friends. Yeah, you got it, man. I haven't told many of you, but I'm actually Bill Clinton's #1 fan. Tony's got me. A lot of the people are getting it from their grandparents or their parents. Let's not get into Epstein, Anna, all right? Especially not the way that you're doing it. I saw an internet post where on Reddit where somebody asked, if you had a superpower where you could talk to inanimate objects and have them tell you what they've experienced, what would you do? And one of the most upvoted comments on there was, "Tell me your secrets, prison bedsheet." And for a second, I was like, "No, don't ask for that." And then I was like, "Oh, I get it. I get what you're getting at." You know, I haven't watched nearly enough of the Clint Eastwood films. Yeah, I see what you did there, Gil. Oh, I know the reference, Tony. I just haven't seen enough of his older stuff. Oh, 360. No, I don't know. I thought the 368 was a typo. 5 or 368. See, in my mind, as a child of the 90s, I will always hear the Dirty Harry reference as The Mask. Oh, see, I was never a big fan of the scary movies. I saw them, but I was never, they're not something that I'm very quotable on. Except for my good hand. I'm going to be honest. I do my best to ignore the president. And contrary to popular belief, it's incredibly easy to do. Oh, yeah, Tony. I've actually been keeping my eye out for the mask in like a $3 bin at Walmart. I don't like spending too much more money on a movie, but I will for a good one. But if I've got something in mind, I'll dig through the $3 bin every once in a while. Yeah, they're classics. I can't believe how much they can mark up something just because it's popular currently. I went to buy some Star Wars original trilogy or a prequel, thinking even new they couldn't be that much, but they're all $23 at Walmart. At least they were last week. I'm sure they'll go down again after the season's over, but how old are those movies, and how many times have they been down to $3 or $5 at Walmart or other places? But no, they're $23 just because. Yep. Hey, Vanessa Kitty, how you doing? Favorite movie? You know, I can't say it's my all-time favorite movie, but I haven't watched a lot of movies recently, and this is my last favorite that I was telling people. So that would be Interstellar with Matthew McConaughey. That was a good movie, very cinematic, and a very good soundtrack. I actually have been listening to some of those songs lately just for background music. Yeah, Tony, I don't want to. I don't want to get too nerdy for everybody, but I'm displeased with the sequel trilogy. Nice, Tony. I strongly approve. I appreciate that. I have not heard enough people talk about that movie uh, for how good I think that movie is. I maybe it's just a little bit too nerdy with all the uh, space physics or I don't know mechanics stuff, but it's a good movie. I mean, I know that it's not perfect when it comes to being realistic to how some of the mechanics work, but man, that is just a good movie. Oh, Vanessa. See, I haven't actually seen the newest movie, but I don't care enough about spoil. I'm more interested in what people have to say about movies and their critique of it or how it fits into the backstory of the world that it's set in. I care more about that than going into a movie unspoiled. So I've been watching YouTube videos about what people think about the new movie and stuff like that. Um, oh, Tony, you mean Interstellar? I agree with that. I definitely think that it's um, a visual and a compelling story. You know what I mean? There really are not a lot of stories that are doing something that really gets you. I don't know. I was on the and I am still when I watch Interstellar. It puts me on the edge of my seat because those are things that no one has done yet. And I mean, when you imagine being in that situation, that's big. There's Hooples. I thought we'd have him. Nice. All I wanted was Hooples. You commented on one of my videos earlier, and I decided that I had to do this because I figured you might be around. So that's cool. And Hooples agrees about Interstellar. Yeah, Tony. I listen to the Hans Zimmer soundtrack just when I'm doing stuff or working on a video idea or something. Because I like to listen to music, but I can't listen to music with lyrics whenever I want to work on a video or have any cohesive thoughts because the lyrics crowd in. I haven't gotten into The Witcher because I'm reluctant to get into anything that is a video game first. Really? Okay, maybe I'll have to check that out then. That's cool, Tony. Yeah, I mean, I definitely felt I definitely liked the portrayal of mechanics and stuff in Interstellar. Um, I mean, it takes a little bit of a little bit of license, but oh, okay, that's cool, Tony. Yeah, maybe I'll have to check it out. I saw some videos channel and analyzing it, so all right. So just to share some people's favorite movies. Interstellar for Tony and me is one of our favorites. From Anna, Tombstone, Breakfast at Tiffany's, Julie and Julia, Moulin Rouge. Is that Shag or I'm guessing it's Shag. It's probably not Shaq. Singing in the Rain for Vanessa Kitty. Oh, lost it. Where am I here? Once Upon a Time in the West, and My Name is Nobody. How the West Was Won. Passengers. That was a good movie. Watcher, the series on Netflix. Hooples uses Beethoven, the Ninth Symphonies, on repeat when he's studying. That's good. I actually really like Mozart for whenever I need to do that kind of thing. Lately, my brain's been in a repetitive house EDM frame of mind, but I'm sure that'll pass pretty quickly as soon as I drive myself insane with it. I range wildly with my music selection. 2001: A Space Odyssey, The Art of the Deal. Yeah, Pooples. I mean, I'm not ashamed to say that I cried at least at one or two points during Interstellar. I don't think I ever have not. If you actually are letting yourself get into that, it's a good one. Only because it draws you in. I mean, it's just the story of one man, but when it comes down to it, I mean, multiple people, but it's just a guy who was away from his daughter for longer than he wanted to be. It's nothing like Schindler's List or something like that, which is an amazing movie. But, well, you don't have to cry to it, but you have to be moved by it, by Hoople's standard. Toy Story 3, I can't remember. Which Toy Story is it where they're like falling into the flaming pit all together and holding hands, and it's like got an apocalyptic vibe to it? Is that one? Because I didn't cry during that one, but the one where everybody's like falling into the inferno, I was like, is this for kids? This is sort of horrific a little bit. Animal House, Caddyshack, Rambo. You know, I've never actually watched 2001 all the way through. Just chunks like you do. Oh, when he gives away the toys. Let's see. What are some good movies? I got a few movies here. Oh, there's Interstellar. The Dawn of the Dead. The newer mall version. Fight Club. That's a good movie. So we've got Caddyshack, National Lampoon's Vacation, Fight Club. I don't know. I've got a lot of good movies, but I don't like listing them because then that's my favorite. All right, let's talk about The Shining. I was actually just thinking about discussing that one, but decided not to because there's a couple hot topic issues attached to that one. But I was actually watching some analysis videos recently, diving into a little bit of Kubrick's The Shining. And that guy really does write stuff into those movies. Now, yeah. Hey, Prepper Insights, how you doing? Thanks for dropping in. Nobles. Yeah, I will agree that my audience does shy towards the nerdy. Not ashamed of that. Yeah, I like The Shining. I mean, it's a good one. Oh, Anna, you can say whatever you want. We can just make this about that. I was actually talking about the moon thread of The Shining with my coworker. No spelling errors. Yeah, I also have an audience that shies towards the literate. Ready Player One was pretty good. I enjoyed that. I like, if you want to get into sci-fi stuff, I was actually just watching a film analysis of District 9, which I like more than most people do. I didn't think that District 9 was too bad. I like movies that take a subject and come at it from a different angle than people normally do. And District 9 is essentially an alien invasion that went wrong for the aliens before it even started. Ontario Homestead is in the house. How you doing? Hey, yo. I think I've watched it a couple times. I mean, yeah, it's nothing. It's no cinematic work of art, but I like a storyline like that. I like slightly dystopian futures, technological futures, like Elysium. Things that sort of use it as a background for uh, looking at issues that might exist. Wall-E, yes. Wall-E was one of the great philosophical movies of our time. That's true, Vanessa. Yeah, Book of Eli was a good one too. I like that. Are you sick? How are you sick? Just a little bit of the flu there, Ontario. I really can't tell if Miss. Pardon the interruption. I think I like that a little better. The Chappelle Show. I have not watched any of the Chappelle Show for quite a while, but oh, alcohol poisoning. Yep, this seems like a likely source. I will probably not quote any of the Chappelle Show here for reasons that should be obvious. But he is a funny man. Yep, got Clint watching over me. He wants to know if you feel lucky. I could just wear my live stream helmet. Oh no, what did I do with it? Well, somewhere I have a construction hard hat wrapped in tinfoil. Ontario Homestead, how can you still have alcohol poisoning if you haven't drank in 2 days? You must have had way too much. Hooples is taking a shot. Oh no, okay, the shot of me. Dang it. Shoot, I always forget about Hoople's cat and his Thursday fun. I think I need to start copyright striking him when he uses my stuff. Joe Kinda, what is that? Critical drinker, huh? Kenda, Joe Kenda, police detective. Huh. Interesting. Call it what you want, Ontario. Well, if you have the flu, maybe drinking would help you. I hear that alcohol and bacteria don't mix. I sort of am. I feel like he targets me. In fact, I know he targets me. Anybody drink delirium? It's a pretty fun little bottle. I sold a guy a bottle of that, or 2 bottles of that. And it's like $6 a bottle. And then yesterday, him and his mother came in. She's like an elderly lady. And they bought $90 worth of that beer. Real money, my ass. Wasn't it your little Trump clip there? I don't know. It was by Saturday Night Live. Canada's like a nice little hat for America. And I'm not joking. I've always said this. No offense, Canadians. I like many of you. But there's a reason that you're all huddled up against America. You look at the size of your country, you're all within the distance, because like 95% of the Canadian population is within 100 miles of the U.S. border. And that's like, around here, that's one town. There are only 2 towns, or two serious towns, 2 stoplights, in fact, in Idaho within 100 miles of the border. And all of your population is within that distance. No, Canada is bigger, but if you look at a population density map, it's just like a very thin little veneer on top of America. And I believe that it might be for economic reasons. Because with modern technology, you can live anywhere. Now, I'm not disparaging Canada. Canada is a proud country, and it has its own things. But I'm just saying. Oh, you huddle for, we're cuddling for warmth. It's nice to know that Canada's just sort of snuggling up against us, like, for warmth. Purely platonically. Ever live in the Arctic? No, I'd do it. I would dig an entire house out of the glacier. No, I really don't want to disparage Canada, but I think it's funny when their money fluctuates upward, and they want to make fun of Americans whose money fluctuates for all kinds of reasons, partly because we're the reserve currency of the entire planet. Well, I mean, no, Anna, they brought us Avril Lavigne and Hanson. I mean, I'm just gonna stop there. They've done their part. Thank you, Prepared Mind. Appreciate that. No, yeah. I've dealt with a few snobby Canadians living right on the border, but I've also dealt with a lot of nice ones. But it only takes hearing a few of them yell at a cashier because their store doesn't happen to accept Canadian currency, which happens to be worth more than your crap dollars anyways, before they storm out, before you're like, really, people? How about you try having oil pegged in your dollars before we talk about this again? But no, most Canadians are the ones that I meet are just nice farmers who are great people, and I meet plenty of great Canadians on here. I just that bit is sort of sore because you just sort of want to teach them a lesson in economics. Yeah, Vanessa. I mean, a lot of places there because it is the border town, or one of the, pretty much the border town. Hey, R Swamp, how you doing? Um, a lot of places do accept Canadian dollars, but I mean, yeah, if you're going to be in the country, do the exchange. Don't walk into a pizza joint because, I mean, the instance that I'm thinking of in particular, is at a pizza joint. Don't walk into a pizza joint having ordered your food through the phone already and not bring American dollars. Well, thanks for coming into my bubble, R Swamp. Welcome to my bubble. Yeah, guys, come on. At least dislike the feed because don't you know it's all the same. Let them know you feel something. Anna Leah Brown was an assistant head teller. What did you tell the heads? Clearly, you had something to tell the heads if you were an assistant to the head teller. But I just want to know what you were telling them. It's probably me, Gil. I haven't liked this stream yet. Hold on. I'm not sure I like it yet. Jury's still out a little bit on that one. What did I get for Catmas? I wish I got a cat. I've been missing having a cat partner for a while. You told them lots of things and then got fired. Makes sense. That's usually how it goes for me. In the 80s in Montreal, the parking meters everywhere took Canadian dollars. So the question is, how are you supposed to park your car and go get Canadian dollars if you don't first have Canadian dollars? It's conspiracy, Vanessa. They're forcing you to go and exchange them for a higher rate on the American side. How come the fact that occasionally Canadian dollar is worth more than the greenback is never? Well, that's what I'm talking about. Is there was the brief time where the Canadian dollar was worth more than the American dollar, and I'm sitting in a restaurant, and these Canadians come in, and because the restaurant doesn't accept their money, and they say it's worth more than yours. And I mean, they stood there and argued with the guy for a minute before they had to go find a place to exchange it. It's like that has no bearing on the conversation. Yes, and pre-1964 American dimes and quarters are silver. Speaking of silver, I haven't forgotten you, Hooples. I mean, I have forgotten about it multiple times, but I still fully intend to send your silver to you along with other things that I've been collecting. I actually haven't decided what all I want to send yet. But got some constitutional here. I'm a little bit, woo! I just put silver everywhere. I'm more than just a little bit of a silver fiend. Not crazy, but I'll spend a few dollars here and there on it. But I like some constitutional silver. Got a couple dollars in face value here sitting out. There's my dimes. Well, yeah, no. I think Hooples understands. He gets busy. I'm busy. Probably not as busy as he is, but there's some quarters. Well, at least I'll call myself out on it. I just didn't want to send only that. And then every time I go to get something, I get waylaid. I want it to be meaningful. I'd love to, Hooples. That would require me getting a passport, though, and it's a little bit of a hassle for a couple reasons. That'd be cool, Tony. I'm not sure I could really hope to find any real coins around here. There's not a very old habitation around here. I'd be more likely to go into an old mine and actually find some raw stuff than finding some old discarded coins. That's interesting, our swamp. In a roundabout way, that reminds me of something I was reading earlier. That's funny. I like that. Custom out and then quit back. No, I quit. Yeah, I guess that's true, Tony. Just anywhere that someone's been dropping quarters and dimes since 1964. That's fair enough. That's funny, Vanessa. But the way that worked with the weld wire, the fact that they fired you because they thought you weren't working hard because you were being more efficient with your weld wire. Uncle Al, I saw the title of your video. It popped up on my feed after I started this, so I haven't had a chance to watch it. But I actually don't know who Will Patriot's son is or what's wrong there. But hey, Uncle Al. Nope, there he is, Hooples. You spoke about 2 seconds too late there. 2 seconds too early. Anyways, our swamp was saying that his boss fired him because he and his partner were using less weld wire than anybody else, which seemed to indicate that they were working less than anyone else, when in reality they were doing the job with less weld wire and working faster and harder. And they weren't having to have work done again on something that they'd already worked on. So I was reading a thing earlier where uh, what was the basis of it? Solving problems for the wrong reason. They were talking about when bombers would come back from World War II. They originally, people wanted to add armor to the parts where the holes were, where most of the planes had holes in it. But then somebody pointed out that you didn't want to armor the parts that had holes in it on planes that made it back intact. You wanted to armor the parts where all those planes were not hit, and where no plane had been hit that came back, because that would tell you that no plane that gets hit there ever comes back. And so that's the spot where the deadly shot occurs, not all these spots that are torn up, because a lot of the World War II bombers could be torn up to an extremely, I mean, you could just see holes all through them. They could almost just be an airframe flying through the air. But there were a few spots that would kill the plane when it went down. So you, I forget, they were talking about some kind of statistical analysis or how to look at problems, basically. You heading out there, Uncle Al? All right, thanks for dropping in. Yeah, I agree, Hooples. Every night, Uncle Al. Anybody who's going to be leading somebody should have a functioning understanding of the job being done. I'm not necessarily someone who thinks that the leader should be the best at the job, because that's not always the case. Sometimes the leader needs to be the best at leading and at good resource management and things like that. But if they can't put their hands on and work just as good as they expect at least the lowest on the rung to be able to do, then yeah, they don't deserve to be leading the operation. Yeah, B-52s in particular are pretty crazy workhorse. Uh-oh. Hooples is being ageist and anti-religion. Just look at it. These vegans are so intolerant. Yeah, Tony, it's funny. He's Sikh. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, getting a 4-year degree in a very specialized field of learning has nothing to do with management or leadership. Now, people say that a good leader isn't a good manager, but that's not true. A good leader does need to be a good manager. But if you think that managing is a skill that you can apply to people, that's not true. Because leaders need to manage things, but those things need to be resources and time and people to a certain degree. But whenever you're leading people, if you try to apply managing skills in that way rather than social skills, you're going to have a bad time. Well, I look forward to it, Hooples. Oh, so it is sick, not seek. Just another case of Americans trying to not Americanize something and then failing to pronounce it right anyways. Well, yeah, Vanessa, I'm not trying to disparage degrees, but I imagine that if you're good at anything outside of those degrees, it's not necessarily because your professor that gave you that degree taught you leadership skills or anything like that. You probably got them through some other venue. I didn't get any of my leadership skills through formal education. I got it through leadership situations like in Boy Scouts or in church or things like that, where I was the leader of groups, places where they cycle people through leadership for the sake of teaching them leadership skills. But a lot of people who go to school, they're there to learn one thing specifically, and that's usually something very specialized and not how to lead people without causing social rifts. Yeah, Hooples. One of my main credentials for a good leader is somebody who doesn't really want to be a leader because it's responsibility and all that stuff, and they know that they could be a good leader, but would rather see somebody else who's competent do it because they'd prefer not to be in that position. I've been a manager in almost every job that I've had, just because if you stick around long enough in most places, you'll end up in that position. And I can honestly say that, yeah, if you if you know what you're doing, it's a position that you'd like to avoid, because if you know what you're doing, you will inevitably end up shouldering more responsibility than any person is comfortable with. Yeah, and I mean, I would love to go to school, and I actually probably will, but um, not to follow some kind of set program or try to get a certain diploma, because I think that it will put me on a trajectory, but to gain credentials. It's 8:40 here. Exactly, Palmetto. I've never met somebody who was in a real managerial position and on salary who didn't feel like they weren't getting the short end of the stick, and everybody else was miserable and unhappy to be around. All you East Coasters over there. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm back. Why do I look 5'3"? Tony, you really are fake news. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Yep. I've specifically built this house to be proportionate so it looks like I'm not a midget. Sorry. Vertically challenged individual. The only thing I have around here that I could show you that's a standard size is a gun. And you're not allowed to show guns on live streams anymore, apparently. So, oh, there, an umbrella. Now we know I'm not a small person. I sort of would have thought they might not let people be on a ship over a certain height. Last I checked, I'm sitting at 5'9", Vanessa, but you wouldn't know with all these fake news people on here. I checked your numbers, Tony. Your numbers are not doing good. People aren't watching you anymore. They want real news, and you're fake news. People over 6'8" running around on ships. That's crazy. Oh, you guys are like little Matryoshka dolls. That's the thing, Hooples. I showed this alcohol bottle earlier, and I was like, can I do this? I can't handle a firearm on a live stream, but I can display alcoholic beverages. I can't walk out of a store with an alcoholic beverage without it being in a bag. Damn it, Tony. You're literally looking for things to skew. Yes, this is human urine. Now ask yourself, would it be better if I said it was mine? or not. You can smoke weed on a live stream, but no firearms. What if I'm smoking weed out of the firearm? I'm pretty sure that if you were to plug up the magazine well and put the weed in the barrel, you could smoke through the breech. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've seen a movie where they do that. A bong with a bang, says Gil. Indeed. Weed is legal in civilized countries, says Hooples. Turn a firearm into a bong. I'm sure a lot of hippies have done that. We're converting it for peace, man. I'm sure it will, Tony, and I'm sure that it will be made even worse by however he edits it out of context. And I'd like to thank all of my childhood bullies for making me immune to this kind of thing. I'm trying to feel shame, and I'm incapable. They used to smoke weed through their weapons in Nam. I believe it. Bullying has its benefits. It does, Tony. Bullying kept within the confines of acceptability makes children not little bitches. I would never, well, no, I won't say I would never strike you, Hooples, but I would not do it just for a laugh because you used my stuff to make fun of me in a very heartless fashion. I'd never do that. Broom handles? Who's using broom handles? Works for Jimmy Kimmel and Jason Bourne. I'm sorry, Swamp. I'm missing your connection there. Yeah, Vanessa, especially if you let the kids do like I did and end up punching their bullies. And I won't say I ever beat the crap out of them, but I didn't always lose. No, Hooples, I'm sorry. It's very heartful and meant, heartfelt. Words are good. Private school in Toronto, sick children of the rich. Yeah, those people are heartless. Yeah. Wait. Oh, you always lost? Okay. Oh, okay. So the broom handles comment is referring to an actual incident at a private school in Toronto. Is that what we're getting at? Oh. 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 I was hoping we were just beating people with broom handles, but oh. Yeah, I can imagine that is traumatic. Some people's kids, man. Yeah, Tony. Yeah. So bullying, as long as you keep it from becoming a human rights violation, it may or may not have a social place in society. Yeah, that's an unfortunate form of hazing. And I was going to avoid talking about how Disney has ruined the Star Wars franchise, but this isn't controversial or anything like that. Yeah, no, it is messed up, and I would advocate. Well, I wouldn't advocate violence, but I would probably perpetrate violence against pretty much anybody who is a sexual abuser of any sort. I think I have watched some of the Critical Drinker, but I'll subscribe so I start getting suggestions. You see, I actually. Well, no, I wouldn't say that I'm not a fan of any modern Disney, but I mean, it's even hard to pin on on. I think that there's a woman who is in charge of the director hiring decisions for Star. There's a woman in charge of Star Wars who picks the directors and stuff. I wouldn't even necessarily be able to blame her, but somebody freaking screwed up Star Wars. And you know what? It's probably the fans who got George Lucas to sell Star Wars. I think he got sick of it. But I mean, that is an iconic movie series. And for it to do even the prequel series, as hated as it is by some people, was a part of the Star Wars story. And I'm sure that it didn't feel like it for some of the people who grew up with the originals. But for somebody like me, they fit in with the story. They were the first part. They were where it all came from. And I was always curious about where it all went. I never read the extended universe books, but I always understood that there were children of Han and Leia, and that they were force sensitive, and there was story to be had. And I feel like there are reasons that have nothing to do with the storyline of Star Wars, one of the most iconic cinematic storylines in all of human history, got ruined for reasons that have nothing to do with it. For either because Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams hate each other. I'm not even going to get into any political reasons that might have anything to do with it, because whether or not they exist, you can still make a Star Wars movie that fits in with the rest of the damn franchise. And there are just so many things that diverge from what Star Wars is in the new movies. Not necessarily all of the Star Wars story movies. Some of those are good, but even a lot of those, they diverge. Yeah, Tony, I was actually just telling my mother today, I wish that I had read those. But when I was around the age that you would have been reading those things, I was reading other things. But I wish I had gotten into them. I still could even just binge through them. But I always knew that, yeah, there was a whole world of reading to be had there with the extended universes of various fictional worlds. Really? See, I always thought that Anakin was always just hands down the most powerful that had ever existed. All right, well, I will do a spoiler warning for anybody. I do know what happens in the rest of the movies, and they may come out here, so I care enough about warning people. You probably won't come off of this. I don't think anybody in my audience cares to have Rise of Skywalker unspoiled, but we'll chat about Star Wars. Okay, so as soon as the romantic line between Luke and Leia ended, the Hooples taps out of Star Wars. So Tony said, okay, so Luke was the most powerful, period. Now, is that because, getting nerdy here, arguably, Anakin was still more powerful, but crippled because of his body? Are you saying it was in the EU, Luke had a higher midichlorian count, or he was simply more powerful than Darth Vader was at that point? When did I first see the original Star Wars movie? It would have been sometime after 1989. But I don't remember much of my childhood because from a very young age I was on ADD medications. So sort of got a little bit of retroactive haziness there. I can't decide if I want to see the movie in theaters because I hear that it is a good cinematic experience regardless of the storyline and the rest of the franchise. Wouldn't mind seeing it in theaters just for the experience of the movie, but you guys are all so old. No offense. I mean, I'm sure you're fine. But I was born in 1989. You guys are all doing stuff before then. All right, good night, Gil. Thanks for dropping in. Good chatting with you. And I'll see you on the flip side. Come on, Tony, you just need to be stretching, man. Heaven forbid we start a prepper fitness challenge here, guys. You spent 4 years in Alaska in the year of 1986? Sounds like a long damn year, let me tell you. I've had long years, but that sounds like a long year. Injuries. That's no good. You need to drink some bone soup. Well, that's because muscle weighs more than fat there, our swamp. Time works differently in the Great White North. Yes, the cold slows down time a little bit. Time has a little bit of an F this attitude towards the cold. Meadow's got a bum knee and a shoulder out. You do sound old, Palmetto. That's no fun. I know. I knew what you meant, Vanessa. I just like being pedantic over words. Well, you act like you're 12, Koopel, so you're probably right. Yeah, Tony, that's true. And for loggers, it's like 10 years to every 1 year. If you get a look at people who've been logging all their life, you see some 40-year-old guys who look like they're 80 or 90 years old. Is the poster a copyright strike? It better not be. I paid money for it. I hope it's licensed properly. I think it'd be closer to being a copyright strike if I had spoken a low, gravelly voice and actually tried to quote movie screen scenes, but yeah, snap logging chains will break your back very, very easily. Tony likes patting his own back, and he just threw it out one day, patted his back so hard. Just can't help himself. That's not good, Vanessa. That doesn't sound very fun at all. It's true, Vanessa. It's sad but true. With all the things we have money for, it ought to be a little bit of health care for people. I know that's a typo, but it's a rather fortunate typo. I wouldn't mind having a fully titanium firearm. Maybe I need to talk to Ryan over at Prescott Caliber Club about that. Tony, yeah, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? Birth, high school, military service, YouTube channel, Eagles Club, grave. Dang, Swamp. That's I've seen footage of mines going off under Humvees, and that's an ugly thing. I can't imagine being inside one of those things. You watch like an artillery shell go off under a vehicle, even an MRAP. That's some stuff right there, my friend. That's a wild ride. But I can imagine. That's almost. I won't insult anybody who survived through something like that by saying that it's almost better to die, but good God. So, surviving through something like that is horrific, and a lot of those people suffer for the rest of their life in a very real and unescapable sense. Even MRAPs, Tony. I've seen videos where with MRAPs getting torn apart. HDP is in the house. How you doing? It just, that the kind of energy that's involved is scary, and human body is not meant to be subjected to it. How do you know, Tony? How do you know they're designed to flip? Tell us how you know. A big ditch will stop an MRAP. Yeah. Dig a ditch big enough, it'll stop most anything, except for a ditch witch. And a mountain goat. Mountain goat can't get stopped by nothing. Or honey badgers. Or Jeeps from the 1980s. Nothing stops a Jeep from the 1980s except for a Jeep from the 1980s. Played Gran Turismo in an MRAP. Forget the wall and build a ditch. Ditches are good. There's a reason that moats kept people out, and largely that was because they were full of poop. Very cute, Swamp. Sort of like those RC cars that flip all over the place and are pretty much no good as an RC car because every time you do something, they try to flip over. That's really sad, Vanessa. It is sad when you see people buy new vehicles and then go out and do something stupid with them. I just like having a big old Jeep. Ooh, Mr. D's in the house. How you doing? I just like having a big old Jeep with decent clearance because around here, there's a lot of old logging roads that you can go down, and some of them are washed out, but there's a lot of road back there if you can just get past the washout. So it's pretty nice to just be able to get past a washout with a good Jeep. That's crazy, Mr. D. I think I might call it a day if an RPG pierced the walls in the truck that I was in without detonating and kept on going. I would have no shame in having soiled my pants, and I think I'd just ask everybody if we could call it a day and go home. Can you imagine? I mean, no offense to all the soldiers, but at least it was some soldier with a GI Bill that, wasted his truck. That's sort of I mean, my understanding is that if you sign up, you need to blow at least some of your GI Bill. Oh, okay. I was going to say, I have a really hard time imagining a regular RPG not detonating with even just the slightest amount of resistance, like a truck door or something like that. I know it's not thick steel, but that's a considerable barrier. I'm probably using the wrong term, but the way that I've always heard, that was just your sign up bonus, essentially. At least a lot of the people my age, whenever you signed up, you got a good chunk of money for signing up, and they usually spent it on dumb things. So that's what I mean by blow your GI Bill. Most people I knew were probably too stupid to know what they were talking about because they were too green. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that chain link fence will set off an RPG. Okay, college money. Yeah, I guess I knew that, but I've heard it referred to, I've heard the term used to refer to the money that you get for signing up. Gotcha. Yeah, I've known people who, at least over the first year that they were in, they got like $14,000 or something like that to send home to their newlywed wife, if you will. I've seen that one, Mr. D. I've seen video clips of people setting up to launch an RPG, and then rather than launching, it just goes off right there and then. Well, thanks, Hooples. I don't expect that I'll be signing up. I think my teeth alone will probably keep me out. I've got bad teeth. I don't think they want to take somebody on who's going to need work right away. And I'm 30. I mean, there's only so much they can get out of me. I mean, I'll be good for a while, but, you know. I'm sure they could slap me behind a desk just fine. Just pull them all. Yeah, probably. I'd probably have to pull them all. Hey, I mean, it might be worth it then to get me a bunch of ivories put in there. Go sign up for 4 years. Maybe I'll do it. No, it's not a good idea. I don't think so. You can make so much more money on YouTube, don't you know? You know, George Washington probably didn't have ivory in there. Either he had wood or he had some of them Waterloo teeth. Yeah, Hooples. I want some of those adamantium teeth. Join the Air Force. Yeah, see, that's what I thought, Tony. Waterloo wasn't too far. When was Waterloo compared to George Washington? That would have been right around that time, wouldn't it? Because the Battle of Waterloo was one of the greatest sources of dentures for its time period. 1815. Okay, so it was after he died. Never mind. He died in 1799, and it was in 1815, so 16. But yeah, he probably was. It was dead people teeth, definitely. Dead people teeth was one of the most common sources of dentures. I'm sure they even called them wooden teeth. Just lied about how well they were crafted or something because people didn't want to know they were using dead people teeth. The Air Force calls their barracks dormitories. All right. Well, they weren't from Waterloo, but better than chiclets. All right, guys. I'm going to go for it. We'll see if I die. I might die here on camera right now. All right, here it comes. Nope, I'm fine. Have you guys ever tried 5-gum? Let me show you what 5-gum feels like. That's what chewing 5-gum feels like. Oh yeah, I'd be perfect for the Navy, like a submariner, because I'm only 4'9". That's real nice of them, Tony. I would really appreciate that. There's a Navy base near me, actually, here in Idaho. Actually, I don't know if they're still active. But they've tested submarines there. Yeah, Hoople's got it right there. If I join any force, it's going to be either the Space Force or the submarine, not marine, the subterranean force. Mountain Home, is that the Pondere Lake Naval Base? I just know that up near Sandpoint, they've tested submarines in the lake. All right, two of my favorite conspiracy theories, guys. The Space Force and Cold War era subterranean military populations. Now think about it. If there's one conspiracy that's likely, it's that some general sometime during the Cold War, between the 40s and the 90s, said, we need to send an entire division of men and women underground and seal them off for at least 5-10 years or a whole generation and just not even let them out, just in case the nuclear war goes off, so that there's no concern. We at least have some Americans down in a bunker somewhere, 10,000 of them, and then they never let them out, and they've just been growing a separate American military population down there just in case. And after a while, you can't let them out because the secret's too big. I mean, see, I think the subterranean military force is far more likely than the Space Force. I really like the Space Force theory, particularly the one that diverts from the moon Nazis during World War II. But I love the cold Occam's razor approach of the subterranean populations, because it's likely. I mean, it's completely doable. There's no reason that it wasn't done, and in fact, I would be surprised if it wasn't done. And I've never heard about them bringing a population of military soldiers who were kept underground for a decade back up to the surface. So if it was done, it hasn't been stopped. So not like cave dwellers. I mean, vault dwellers. I mean, think Fallout series. Yeah, hooples, but not like wine caves. I mean, I'm talking serious military projects. Well, let's get into it. When I used to listen to Alex Jones, and that was like more than 10 years ago, he would talk about how back in the day, they have nuclear tunneling lasers. He said lasers. I'm more prone to thinking simply nuclear powered tunnelers. But there's a conspiracy theory that there is a massively extensive underground network of military complex under the United States. So if we have massive underground networks and huge military bases like what's supposed to be under the Denver airport, then it's pretty easy to imagine that you could just build one and constantly expand and update it with artificial sunlight and things like that, and have people who would be pretty content to be living underground. I mean, it's more likely than a Space Force, and it's so likely that I'd be surprised if it wasn't tried somewhere. Don't get me started on Antarctica, Annalie. Nora, yeah, you got Cheyenne Mountain. But I mean, really, if I was a general during the 60s or the 70s, and you'd given me a somewhat unlimited budget to do something to help us against the Russians, I'd have said to go out in the middle of nowhere, like literally just the most middle of nowhere place where there wasn't already something put there because it was the middle of nowhere, and just dig a stairway down into the ground and just keep going until you're like a mile down, and then just build a gigantic cavern and a bunch of different complexes with giant, massive open spaces so people didn't feel claustrophobic, and pick a bunch of people. That was just a random facility underground, Tony. Project Iceworm. A mile underground, Vanessa, the temperature is usually hot enough that you can create a thermoelectric off of it. So you're trying to cool it more than anything. Oh, I'm sure it's Uncle Al type stuff. That's why I say it's my favorite conspiracy theory. But it's feasible enough that you sort of have to ask yourself, is there any way to disprove it? Interesting, Hooples. I think I might have heard something about that. I just know that there have been some pretty massive underground works. I know the Nazis, even with their comparatively limited scope of technology, made some pretty large underground stuff. See, underwater cities are also reasonable. You could do some stuff with those. You would actually tunnel out through the bedrock into the ocean and then build a dome city and run tidal energy. But underwater cities would be pretty safe from solar flares and things like that, supernova activity, and aliens. In fact, if there are aliens here, they're probably underwater because it's one of the last places we'll be able to find them. It's true, Anna. You've missed a couple of the live streams that I've either made or been on, but Hollow Earth theory is one of my favorite theories. One of my favorite ridiculous theories. So you see, the Earth is actually just a thin 3D donut. And in the very center is a microstar. And all the aliens that are the source of the UFOs and abductions and everything like that are actually ancient humans living on the interior surface of the Earth. So now you know. No, Vanessa, the Earth isn't flat. I mean, yes, it is flat in some places. But no, as you can see right here, the Earth is actually a spherical donut. It proves it. Change the geometry. So you want it to be like a flat strip with a hollow interior is what you're saying, Anna? Yes, it is a hollow torus. I didn't want to get too technical about it, Vanessa, but all right. If you want to go that crazy, they're arguing whether or not the universe is a torus. Yes. A cone-shaped world. That's interesting. A hollow donut? I'll just call it an Easter egg. Giants, Germans, and a little sun. That is precisely true, Hooples. That's all there is. Oh, bedtime. You East Coasters and your bedtime acting like the day is different over there. The day's not over, guys. It's only 9:30. What if something happens and you've gone to bed? You see, Hooples has proved it right there. The fact that there's anything left on the planet is proof that it's not flat. Because the cats would have pushed everything off of it by now. Also, if there was a firmament protecting the Earth, there would be cats on it, and we would see them. But we haven't seen cats floating up in space. Cats disprove flat Earth theory. No, Hooples. Everything that happens everywhere in the world affects you immediately, and you need to know about it right away. Yes, Australians are upside down in more ways than one. Tell me something. If Australians weren't upside down, then how would boomerangs come back when they throw them? Because gravity is pulling them back. So Australians are upside down. It's just basic physics. I actually do believe that Australians are all actors, but not in such a way that it supports the flat Earth theory. I just believe that Australians have all been paid by their country to lie about what Australia is actually like for propaganda and tourism reasons. I like to believe that secretly Australia is just still training for a repeat of World War I. As Australians kicked some ass in World War I. So did Canadians. That's one of the main reasons I have respect for Canadians, because they really pulled their own in World War I. I've never heard that one. Hooples, are the planes like the Great Planes, or like airliners smaller? She swears by Australia. Is that sort of like how people swear by Folgers or Windex? Actual airliners? I thought for sure you actually meant that maps depicting the Great Plains of America are lying about how great the center of North America is. But they're actually lying that the airliners that human bodies fit into are actually smaller than they appear. As though they would actually, the humans inside of them would actually become smaller with the airplanes. Like they're actually little miniature airplanes, and so America is smaller in comparison, so that the Earth can be flat. That's a compelling theory. Please tell me more. Hmm. Interesting. That means that I'm a part of the lie and I don't even realize it. This conspiracy goes so much deeper than I ever realized. Interesting. This is some Truman Show level stuff right here, guys. All right. I will go to the Antarctic, guys. If we can fund it, I will go. Every YouTuber has to get their little crowdfunding goal out there. If we can get people to pay enough money for me to travel to the Antarctic, I will do it. And I will go to Mount Erebus. That will be my goal as a YouTuber. I'll prove to you that either there's an ice wall or a freaking volcano with a constant lava lake down in Antarctica. $1 to go, but $1,000 to stay there. I need $1,000 to go, Hooples. I think that for you guys to pay for me to go to Antarctica, most people are going to have to pay $1,000. Yeah, with the e-begging. Come on, I think a trip to Antarctica is a pretty fair e-begging goal. I don't expect anybody to ever want to do it, but it's better than some health care for my dog, right? Oh, you want an Antarctic expedition, Anna, is what you're saying. Hooples will pay $100 for me to come to Canada. $100 won't pay for the taxes I pay while I'm in Canada, Hooples. A doctor friend of, all right, I'm not going to lie. Part of the reason that I would want to go to Antarctica is for Lovecraftian reasons. So yes, I would have to go deep enough to see if the the cursed plane of Lang exists. Anna, I'm sorry, but if you're not impressed by a freaking volcano with a constantly bubbling lava lake that exists in the middle of an Antarctic tundra, then I don't know what to do for you. It was a good book, Hooples. I just listened to it recently on a YouTube channel that does audiobooks. I really like it. Where would I go? I would go to Erebus, because as I've stated, that's pretty cool. And then, yeah, either Scott's Hut. I'd either go to some historic expedition locations, or the Soviet the Soviet pull of isolation. Top 10 YouTube forever's who should go to the Antarctic. It does sound a little pornographic. But yeah, I'd either want to go to the geographic pole, like the pole of inaccessibility is what they call it. Basically, the geographic center, the furthest point to get to from all locations of Antarctica. The Soviets built a station there. It's changed since then because they based it on the ice shelves. Nowadays, they base it on the geographical landmass underneath the ice shelves. But they put a statue of Lenin there, I think it is. Or I might actually go to where the expedition in the Mountains of Madness is supposed to have gone to, and sort of try to retrace those steps just for the whimsical sake of that. I think that'd be funny. I actually started writing a little bit of a video about what if Cthulhu were to rise from the dead and come back and destroy the planet. But I lost a little bit of my steam with that one because it was a little too fictional for my liking. But I'll probably come back to that eventually. The summary is that we all die or go crazy. Toilets swirl the way that they're made to swirl. And that tends to be in different directions based on the hemisphere. But when you look at how the jets in a toilet work, they're pointing in a direction. And to think that water, which is flowing this way, will suddenly turn and go back the other direction because of the Coriolis effect, which is a real thing, that's not real. Clouds will swirl because of it, because the water molecules are so loosely interacting. But even then, a single water molecule is so heavy that just the spin of the Earth isn't enough to really do too much to it just randomly. Oh, it's a plastic bust, not a statue. That makes sense. That'd be pretty heavy to drag all the way out there. I'm glad I got the name right. I was worried it might be a bust of Stalin, but it seems that even then they realized that Lenin would be a little bit more of a timeless icon of Soviet Russia than Stalin. But you're right. I shouldn't propagate false information about Soviet iconography in Antarctica. No hooples. At the equator, toilet water swirls and then rises up. You heading out, Mr. D? Thanks for dropping in. No, Vanessa. Most flat earthers do not believe in gravity the way that Newtonian physics presents it. Which is ironic because they believe in inertia, which is a function of gravity. I'll wait for that one. I don't know. Has the theory of relativity incorporated gravity yet properly? I don't think it has. Einsteinian physics is surprisingly flawed until further notice. As far as I know, gravity doesn't quite fit in all the way. Until we actually get the graviton. Anna. Theory. Yeah, Vanessa, it's just not very good at the quantum level, which is where gravity gets a little hazy too. Well, Hooples, the only argument is based on our field of reference. If we are on a flat Earth and it's moving, then it has inertia, and our inertia relative to it would be gravity. But that would mean that the Earth is accelerating at the rate of gravity, which is 32 feet per second. And if you're accelerating that fast constantly, you reach light speed in about 4 months. Exactly, Swamp. And that is why all Australians are paid actors. They just live somewhere else and act like they live in Australia on the bottom of the planet. It's moving through the void, which is a void. Yes, Hooples, that is correct. Except everything in the universe is actually a speck of dust on the firmament, which we perceive to be other stuff. It's really not that difficult. Vanessa, void just, it's like an ocean, but there's nothing. There's stuff there, but there's nothing there. It's just a place that's there specifically for us to be moving through it. Don't you know? All the way empty. It's all the way empty. Yeah, invisible space cats with no matter, no mass, and no interaction with any matter or mass. I mean, if you want to get technical about it, the Earth is supported on a group of elephants, which themselves are supported on the back of a giant tortoise. Maturin. Hey, Dill Rogers. Just remember, no matter what is true among all the rest of this, taxation is theft. I know that they say that, Vanessa, but they never say that that's theoretical. I mean, they do sometimes say that, but I think we need to appreciate that we actually have a very limited understanding of what's going on. People say, all quantum theory and particles and things like that, we have a very limited ability to actually observe anything that we have any, all of these speculations about. We haven't been any further. We don't know that there's an iron core. We speculate that there's an iron core to our planet, but no one's been there and tested it. We haven't been 10% of the way to getting there and testing it. Now, Dill, I won't get into that. That's advocating a federal offense, but it's an interesting concept. No, Atlas shrugged a long time ago. That's on my bookshelf somewhere. It's probably a little buried at this point. Well, Hooples, that's how we know the rest is true. Left-handed people are evil. So that's how we know that the Bible is accurate. If we got that right, how could it be wrong? Now let's talk about this whole taxation is theft thing. I won't argue that the money that is generated by the theft that is taxation can be redistributed in some very interesting and socially useful ways. But is it not still theft? Just because Robin Hood did good things with money doesn't mean he wasn't stealing it and wasn't still a criminal, right? All right, so this cone thing has come up twice. Why is the Earth cone shaped? I have not actually heard that one. But yes, Anna makes a good point. What happens if I don't give my taxes? What happens if I make money and don't give it to the government? I agree, Hooples. I'm far more statist than most libertarians, if you will. I'm willing to admit that our roads are provided to us by taxation and things like that. I don't want to live in a state where we don't mutually provide for certain things for each other. But in today's modern age, I think that there should be a system where a person can opt out of all those things in a very real sense. Oh, we've muddied the waters tonight. Sliced. Man, we're talking about a conical, flat-shaped Earth, taxation. This is great. All right. Tolls negate the whole taxation for roads. That's what I'm saying, Hooples. We have the digital ability to charge you every time you get on a road, to charge you for every soldier that dies, to charge you for whatever. I mean, if you don't like your taxes being taken from you in a general sense, we can do it specifically. I mean, to be fair, Anna, before taxes, you belong to a feudal lord. And they just took the money from you, and sometimes you were lucky enough that they gave you something. Oh, I agree, Hooples. That's why I say I'm somewhat more statist than many libertarians. I realize that, especially in the modern age, we do need to provide for things mutually. And it would be ideal if we could just have a non-governmental agency that did this in a very efficient and purely humanitarian fashion without costing money. But the reality is, government collects taxes and pays for things for us, and they do it in an incredibly corrupt and inefficient fashion. And while it's a misnomer to say that taxation is wrong, the reality is that the way that taxation is taken care of in almost every governmental institution is wrong. And that a group of school children are usually more honest in how they spend their resources on a project than the government is. And so, de facto, we should be running our government with school children rather than politicians. But what we're doing is giving politicians all of our money. So currently, taxation is theft. Anna, it's incredibly important to know if frogs like the color pink. Can you imagine what kind of other things we can do with that information? Your argument has no basis here. I guarantee you we can weaponize that kind of information. Well, Vanessa, with the EV tax break, that's arguably because it's a technology that needs a boost up, but which will inevitably overtake internal combustion engines, except for the fact that internal combustion engines currently have a monopoly which we try to protect against. I mean, from a purely objective standpoint, and I'm not saying we need to subsidize green technologies because we need to save the earth or anything. I believe electric vehicles will be the future. I don't think that there's any way around it. Any electric device does what that same device with gasoline does in a more efficient fashion once the technology is given the same subsidy and opportunity as the internal combustion engine variant of that same thing. So eventually electric vehicles will outrule internal combustion vehicles. Except internal combustion vehicles have a monopoly. So to be fair, we do subsidy a lot of things for the same reasons. I mean, energy can be produced in all kinds of ways. And even if you're producing it from fossil fuels, you can do that more efficiently in a central source than using gas stations. I mean, the inefficiency of gas stations and using tanker trucks to transport gasoline to every individual internal combustion engine is horribly inefficient. It's just a source of profit for corporations. If we can at least produce all that energy in one place and wire it out to everybody, we'll be reducing the amount of waste that we have, even if you don't care about solar emissions or carbon emissions. But, I mean, electric vehicles will eventually run on the solar panels they have on themselves. I mean, eventually the technology will reach a point where the sunlight that they collect on the travel to any given place will be enough to provide the energy that they traveled with. And that's true, Hooples. If you had people who you could actually trust to run a government without wasting all the money you give them, we'd be set. And I'd let them tax me however much they wanted because they'd be people I trusted. Let me know when we have something like that. But that sounds suspiciously like true communism has never been tried. I just don't know that you will ever have a system that can successfully keep the corruption from creeping in. I would love to have solar energy, and I plan to whenever I have my own place. Mostly because getting my own place is sort of going to take precedence over having solar panels on a rental home. I'd love to have wind. I'd love to have all sources of natural energy. Well, what does anybody have up for the New Year's? Anything fun and exciting going on out there? An overnight ice camp, huh? That would be cool. I'm hoping to do a little bit of camping videos this winter. Going to one of the summer campsites. You mean one of the campsites that you've shown us during the summer, or just a campsite that's usually used during the summer? Oh, that'd be cool, Hooples. See the same place in the winter and the summer. You know, Hooples, I actually would. It's within the realm of possibility for me to be out that way sometime in the next year. There's a goal for me to be living on the East Coast for at least a little while during the next year, if all things work out the right way. So if that happened, I'd be hoping to visit a lot of people over there. Yeah, we're still chatting Ontario. We're grown adults. We can stay up late if we want to. Okay, Hooples. Well, I would let you know. I would know ahead of time if I was going to be out there that long. Yeah, pretty much what Hoop said. Just about covers everything. Pretty good synopsis right there. All right, let me get your guys' opinion on something. Well, thanks, Ontario. I appreciate your watch time. I really do. I fall asleep during everybody else's live streams, so I'm pretty honored to know that you're doing it during mine. Yeah, Vanessa, I don't really know why some channels cut it off at an hour and a half or 2 hours. I think that at one point there was an ideal time limit for chat streams that YouTube sort of bottlenecked things at. They'd stop suggesting your live stream after a certain point. And there's a lot of channels in our community that take certain little bits of YouTube mechanic gossip to heart and really obsess over it. I'm not that worried about it. There's multiple channels that cut their live stream off at an hour or an hour and a half, and I've never known why. So we chat until we're done chatting, and then we stop chatting, pretty much. It's true, Hooples. It's the same way out here. Whenever you're deep in the woods, you can't really capture it using camera. It always looks just like footage, and you're narrating, so it sort of ruins the whole effect. But it's true. It's you might be out in the middle of the woods knowing that there's no one nearby, and as soon as you turn on a camera, it sort of ruins everything. It's hard to portray to other people. $100 for electric on the cheapest month of the year? That is BS, Anna. I can't imagine that. Ours is like 60 or 70 with AC running during the summer and heat running during the winter, all on electric. Well, I mean, I know that Uncle Al is one of the ones that points it out, but there are multiple channels who sort of follow that like it's gospel. Oh, God. I love Uncle Al, but can you imagine if he could live stream? I mean, he can. I don't know why he doesn't, but I don't think he'd ever turn it off. 170 Canadian a month? What the hell are you doing, Hooples? I mean, to be fair, Dale Rogers, the solar system that we live in is rather large, but I understand what you mean. Oh yeah, there's plenty of channels who go hours and hours and hours. How are you guys paying that much for electric? That is insanity. I mean, literally right now I've got a heater running, and to keep the temperature at what I like, I've got my window cracked and my fan running just to keep everything at the nice balance that I like. That's hardly efficient, and our bill will be $60 to $80. And you're running heat off of gas in the winter, Anna, and that's still not into your electric, and you dress for the cold. Something's wrong there. You're paying way too much for electric. Around here, if you have wood heat, you can expect your electric to be $30 or less. That's crazy, guys. I don't know about that. Yeah, I can imagine why, our swamp. All right, I'll be back. Cider's getting me. Good stuff, you guys. Good stuff. Yep, I had to refill my pea jar. I think there might be something wrong. It's coming out a little pink. That is probably the most drinkable alcoholic drink I've ever encountered. Cider puke. I'm sorry, Hooples. What is it that you drink again? Oh, red wine, huh? The only wine I have right now I don't think I do have any available. I do have beer. Single malt. I have, yeah, I don't have any single malts with me right now. I've got some bourbon, and I'll argue about bourbon versus scotch, but it's not much of a beer guy. I've got a couple of pretty nice barrel-aged beers over there, but I hate to waste them when I'd never finish them. But there are some really, really, really good beers that I sell. Bourbon is car fuel. All right, so name some stuff. Hooples. What are some? Give me some names. What should I be drinking? I mean, do you like the Glenlivet? Is that what did you say? Car fuel. Innis. Innis is your favorite beer. Whiskey. Give me whiskey. Oban and Islay. Okay, there's some names. Glen, whatever. I like the Fiditch too. I prefer Levet, but we'll see if they carry these. A whiskey drink, a cider drink. It drinks a lager drink. It drinks a vodka drink. Irish malts that are nice. I've heard some Irish malts are nice. I've been told to try some. Let's see. I don't have any lager drinks. I have a Belgian white ale. I have a chocolate milk stout. I have this bourbon barrel quad that I've shown you guys before. I'm sure Hooples will remember that one. I never did try it yet. I've got a Scotch barrel-aged Imperial Brown Ale. And a peanut butter latte nitro golden stout. That's most of the fancy beer I've gotten here right now. I'll have you know that I am a millennial and I knew what song you guys were talking about, so I resemble that remark. A brown ale at room temperature equals paradise, says Hoople's cat. Let's test the statement. It's nutty and foamy. It's pretty good. I'm really not a beer person. It's good. That's the, it's called Fram. It is a Scotch barrel-aged imperial brown ale. It's like a $8 bottle of beer. It's not a good live stream unless someone links a song that you get stuck in your head, Anna. Seether, how you doing? Haven't seen you in quite a while. See, I have no problem paying taxes, but what I would love to pay taxes to would be like a sect of completely honest monks, like Buddhist monks who only ate soup and didn't keep any worldly possessions and only used tax money according to an extremely moral and efficient guideline of rules. But unfortunately, we have the equivalent of used car salesmen using our tax money. Damn it, Anna, I will not stand for this ageism in my live stream. I mean, let's face it, millennials are really the only ones who we can't blame for the problem for the situation that our world is in right now. If you want to look at the problems the world has, millennials are pretty much the only ones who are innocent of all that shit. When did we start paying taxes? Well, who's we and what are taxes? Black male as a term has the same roots as white male, which is pretty much the term for rent. Male was pretty much the root word is pretty much the same as rent. So white male and black male were an honest rent and an unhonest rent. And blackmail pretty much originally referred to somebody coming in and threatening to kill you if you didn't pay them taxes, like the Mongols did. So technically, somebody coming in as an invading force and demanding a tribute from you or else they'll kill you is the same as taxes. So that's pretty much as old as mankind and tribalism is. I'm 30 years old. I mean, again, I pay taxes. I'm more or less happy to pay taxes. I don't want people to go hungry or have nothing, or I would like to have a government that runs on a budget and stuff like that. But I would more prefer a government that's able to figure out its own damn finances. I think that they should be able to find an honest way to produce some money for themselves. They should be pretty smart folks. Yes, I am truly an infant human being at the age of 30. I'm so young and innocent. I don't directly blame anyone for anything, Anna. I'm just saying, where were you guys? You know what I mean? Like, not in a real tangible sense, like any individual could have voted any of this stuff out of existence, but everybody gives millennials a lot of crap. And it's like, this world is screwed. You know, there's really nothing that we could do, even if we were capable of doing anything. And largely we're not, because we've been raised poorly. Exactly, Hoobles. I mean, if the last couple generations were nearly as active as the generations during the civil rights movement, we probably wouldn't have nearly as many problems as we've had. And I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad or directly blaming anyone. It is what it is. But whenever somebody craps on millennials for being the product of what we've been made to be, it's always funny that it's like, I mean, you guys were all watching football and going to David Bowie concerts when you should have been voting people out of office. But it's okay. That's right, Swamp. But if you don't vote, you don't get to complain. You need to vote for the lesser of two evils, or else the logical fallacy of pointing out that it's all rigged is pointless. I'm just enjoying the chat. Keep going. Exactly, Swamp. I agree with that. I believe in local activism, and I believe that voting for the president is a distraction from just to get people to not care the rest of the time. Basically, what your guys' responses are telling me is that I'm right. You can't stereotype an entire generation. Because all the millennials that you see just plugged into devices, well, some of them are programming apps and doing things that are going to revolutionize the future, just like some of your guys' generations did. So it's just funny that people say that millennials are stupid, because it's exactly what the past generation said about your generation, no matter how old you are. I do believe that there's been a social decline and a cultural decline, but there's Ryan. How you doing? Um, so yes, I'll fully agree that most of my fellow millennials are dumbasses, but there's a lot of blame to be placed on past generations that they don't tend to own up to. So, and I tend to agree with Hooples, and so do most connoisseurs. Anything that tastes good tastes better when it's warm. I agree, Hooples. Most people who are stuck with their phones, their noses in their phones on the train, are not programming anything. I just know that I don't fit a lot of the stereotypes of millennials. I fit plenty of them, but not all of them. I said anything that tastes good tastes better warm, Anna. Maybe. Hooples, I'm willing to bet that 15% of you is mentally ill, at least. Yes, mental health sure is worse and worse. No, I definitely, I will not argue that there's a higher incident of dumb stuff amongst millennials, but they haven't screwed the world up quite yet. Other people have. Well, thanks for dropping in, Ryan. I'm glad you're here. That's right, Hooples. Past generations have their say in it. Millennials will just be a caretaker generation, and we'll be teaching the next one how to form tools out of rocks. We just haven't had enough time to do it yet, is what I'm saying, Vanessa. Believe me, I'm fully confident that we'll screw the world up more than you guys have. We just haven't had the chance yet. I just think it's funny that past generations, who are literally driving the world into the ground, are saying that millennials are dumb for reasons that they've been bred to be dumb for. Maybe not you specifically, Vanessa, but I mean, if anything's going wrong with it, isn't it the responsibility of the people who've been supposed to be in charge of it? Exactly, Ryan. But to be clear, Vanessa, I'm not directly blaming any individual, except in so much as a lot of people in past generations were not paying attention to what the senators and people were doing. If there's been an erosion of our rights and a misspending of money and a spiral towards corruption, then it's the responsibility of citizens of any given generation to be on the watch for that. And so we've got senators and congressmen who have been doing the same thing for 60 years while multiple generations just continue to vote them into power. So at this point, if we vote those people out of power, it's a little too late for a lot of the things that they've put into motion. So it's all well and good to tell us that you've raised us not to screw up our world. But even if we fire every senator today, all of the laws that they've put into motion and all the money they've wasted and all the, I mean, we're at the bottom of a hole right now. And we're going to have to go back. I mean, people argue that we're going to have a revolution just to get things back to the way they were. Well, why are they that way? I mean, if I had been in past generations, if there had been more people like myself, it wouldn't be that way. So I'm just curious what everybody was doing. Maybe not you, but all the people who are watching NFL or going to Woodstock or whatever, they were not paying attention while the corrupt people abused their power. So it just bugs me that people who sat there and watched NFL until things got this bad bash on millennials. And I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying it's pretty epidemic amongst older people to trash on younger people who have basically been screwed over by their own inaction. Yeah, I mean, things are pretty good, Vanessa, but there's a lot. I mean, all the problems that people complain about are ones that have been allowed to accrue, you know? It's just funny that there's so many sort of older folks at least on YouTube, who complain about the erosion of rights. But it's like, that's something that you could have prevented. Hey, Grandman, how you doing? I don't watch foosball. Foosball is the devil. Ricky Bobby. Vanessa, the earliest that I could have started voting would have been the year 2007. I'm just curious what has happened since 2007 that I could have really voted to avoid. But I know that since 1950, when my grandparents were voting, they could have been voting to avoid things. But I'm pretty sure that even my grandparents or my parents were not necessarily considering that far into the future. They were voting based on what their favorite political party told them to do. That's the way that it's been. I'm really not trying to call anybody out, Vanessa. It's the responsibility of past generations to protect the future for future generations. And I feel that responsibility. But when I look at past generations, I don't think that they felt it. And I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about anybody in this chat room. I'm just saying I feel let down by past generations who have let the corrupt senators of our country and the people who have just been allowed to remain in power to do what's been done. It's the responsibility of each generation to safeguard what's been made for everybody else. And if there has been an erosion of rights and things like that, then it's been on the watch of past generations who are responsible for it. And they're sort of judging the next generation based on music and the use of cell phones and things like that, when we're hardly going to get the chance to even show what we would have done in the same situation, because we'll be dealing with some kind of economic collapse or things like that. We're never going to have a Woodstock or anything like that, because what we're going to have is a new Stone Age. I got my game. My sister said that they will play it with me when they're in character and ready for their hands to be on YouTube. But for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, I've got the Bug Out Family Prepper card game for getting people into it, sharing a little bit of a fun side to prepping and stuff. It's not gonna focus for me, but it's got Praxis Prepper and other people as wild cards. Pretty fun card game. Right on, Prescott. Yeah, I'm sort of hoping to make it a little bit of a, I show them how to play, a little bit of a tutorial and a little bit of a fun playthrough. Give you guys a little bit of hype for the game. I think it's really cool that you guys have put this together for the community. Oh, yeah. Have you guys played that yet? All right. So, yeah, Praxis Prepper is a fellow channel. He's a funny guy, has a really good channel. And they made this card game. I guess I didn't really properly explain it, but it's a family-based card game. And there are distance cards where you're trying to travel 100 kilometers. So each person tries to play these each round, while other players play hazard cards, which waylay you. And you either play remedy cards to negate those hazard cards or prep cards to prevent them. And you try to reach the bug out location first. Just a fun game that Praxis put together with the help of Ryan over at Prescott Caliber Club and a few other channels. And Ryan is selling them on his channel, PrescottCalClub.com. Pretty fun. Oh, that's cool, Anna. Well, yeah, I'd love to hear how the kids like it when you do get to play it. Oh, calclub.store. Yep. Well, I mean, you know, Ryan, if you bankrolled making it happen, that's all. I mean, that's really cool. You know, I think it's really cool that it made it to market. Regardless of the impact that it has, I think that it's adding to the culture of the community, and I think that that's something important. You know, the community needs to have its own autonomous identity outside of what other people see it as, and the more things that we make for ourselves, the more identity we have to present to other people. Now, you see, Hooples, that's where the game needs to expand into. You're bugging out to a location, not into the wild. So this is where the game becomes more like Dungeons and Dragons, where you're building an entire map and like a fortress that you're bugging out to, you know, and you lay it all out in a big tabletop. and so your team is bugging out to the bug out location. Oh God. Well, Anna, I'd love to hear how it goes when you get the kids to play it. Me and my sisters are all adults, so it'll be cool to hear how it what the effect is for the youngins. Hooples, I will only make an adult electronic version of the Family Bug Out game if you decide to star personally in it. And that's cool, Anna. I think it's sort of fun that it was hidden from you guys for a while. Yeah, Hooples will be the cleric / healing class. Grayman, you can be the rogue. I'm assuming we're talking about the tabletop RPG version of the Bug Out game. Who said anything about naked, Swamp? I said adult. I don't know what you're talking about. I was always sort of a wizard / adult means naked. That explains so much about my Google search history. I was always so confused about why I got what I got. Pokemon for adults. Don't do it. Not even once. I have played Jenga, Anna. I like Jenga. If you go to bars around here, they have a giant version of Jenga where each block is about those are the corners, 3 inches by 6 inches, big. Actually, they just use 2x4s often or 2x6s and make a Jenga block set out of that. So it's like this big. As for bugging out, yeah, drunk Jenga for adults, and it's as tall as you are. It's pretty fun to watch people play. As for defining bugging out, there are a lot of videos that I have planned on doing, but put off because it would more or less become a series of me breaking down the way that people think of things already as to how I think of it. It is, Vanessa. Bugging out is relating to the behavior of insects who scurry away from danger. That's all that bugging out is. But I've actually started my prepper terminology series, is what I've been calling it. And I need to continue it because, especially even just recently, I've heard argument over what certain words mean. Different words mean different things to different people. And bug out bags or bugging out or never coming home or all the terms that we have here in the prepping community They mean very specific things to every individual person. Playing an insight might not be the best choice. Some of them are pretty damn good at surviving, though. And Hooples is probably right. That's pretty much probably what it started as, is bugging out means dropping your shit and running and for the fear of your life. Yeah, in the medieval times, it was called desertion. Go back, carpet, BS, all that effort and that. All right. What do you call it when somebody becomes a refugee during wartime? For whatever reason. Let's say during World War II, you find out that as a Jew, they're going to round up everybody in your ghetto, right? Like they literally start putting out flyers saying, everybody in Krakow will be forced to relocate to this place by this date. And you decide to leave and go to Switzerland. That is bugging out. A lot of Jews bugged out during World War II. So I don't think that bugging out is BS, because a lot of Jews did it and a lot of Jews survived by doing it. And if they had a bag to help them, like a bug out bag, which might have had some scraps of cheese and bread and their mother's engagement ring made out of gold, then that would be a bug out bag. And a lot of them survived by doing exactly that. So yes, it is a real thing that millions upon millions, if not billions of people have done in the history of humanity. But Hooples is very right that the fantasy of it or the conception of it in the prepping community is BS. But it is not wrong to have kits that are made for specifically that kind of thing, or to think that you might need to do that. And a lot of Jews did disappear into the wilderness and survive using bushcraft for the entirety of World War II. And that would be the basis of my prepper terminology course, is that bugging out is not some mythological thing where a prepper goes and survives in the wilderness by hitting the hills using his prepper gear. The thing that bugs me about the prepper community's concept of a bug out bag is that it is a very tunnel vision concept of what it's going to be like. Most preppers are not prepared to become refugees like Jews did during World War II. And if you want to be honest with yourself, then you need to think of yourself in that way, as a bug scurrying away from danger. What I'm trying to get at here is pretty much what you guys are saying. Bugging out is a fantasy, and it is a last-ditch resort, and it is exactly like an insect scurrying away from danger. If you are at that point, then that is exactly what you are doing. You are becoming a refugee. You're not in a position of authority. You're not somebody who has gear that is going to help them excel in the wilderness. You are a refugee, and you need to treat yourself like a refugee. And most preppers who think of themselves as bugging out do not think of themselves as refugees. They think of themselves as something better than a refugee, as someone who is in a more confident position than any refugee who has ever existed in the history of humanity. But no prepper will ever be better than any refugee who's ever existed, because in the past, they always had more skills than we have. So no matter what you put in a bug out bag, if you think of yourself as more than any refugee that's ever existed, it is a fantasy and you are lying to yourself. But at the same time, we do have historical precedent for what that should look like. Hello, Jeremy, I'm guessing. How are you doing? Living the dream homestead? Exactly, Hooples. If your bug out isn't actually a stressful transit to a different location, then you have become a homeless refugee. You're not bugging out. You're not inching. You have become a homeless refugee, and your kit or whatever gear you decide to grab and bring with you needs to reflect that. Hey, Glenn, how you doing? Exactly, Vanessa. Those are all questions that need to be asked. But that doesn't, I don't know. I don't appreciate, people will need to bug out. When you say that bugging out is a fantasy, that would suggest that you will just never leave your home. But if someone, I mean, if it's a guaranteed certainty that there's an asteroid that is going to land on your home, you're either going to leave or you're going to die. And when you do, that will be bugging out. And so it'd be good to have a kit for that, whether or not you fantasize about it. Just catching up with you guys. And I agree. I mean, don't bug out. Plan to stay in place for as long as possible. And if you're not somewhere that you can, it'd be ideal to find that place. But my main point here is that there's a propensity for channels and people on here to say bugging out is a fantasy, or bugging in is a fantasy, or bug out bags are ridiculous, or whatever. But it's not. They're all things that are reasonable to use in given certain situations. It's the fact that so many of our community have false misconceptions about what it will actually look like in that situation. And they're building all of these things around false misconceptions. But at the base of them, if you really actually look at them in the right way, they do make sense. I mean, I don't want to get into credentials. I could, and I've avoided it. I have the utmost confidence in my own ability to survive on the least amount of resources, short of anybody who's actually been truly mountain manning it their entire life. I've been an expedition style Boy Scouter I was for all of my life up until my adult life. I had mountain man Boy Scout leaders who insisted that we not take lighters, we not take electronics, and we go on multi-day expedition campouts using only our skills and basic food provisions to get by. So compared to the vast majority of people, given that all that time, I mean, we were reading survival books, we were doing with as little as possible. I can't remember the first time I made a fire, and I can't remember how many fires I've made in competition with others. And that's part of why I make this channel. I sometimes forget that the vast majority of people my age have not had the experiences that I have. Yes, BS does sting. But I mean, experience really does not account for much. I can say that I've done whatever I can, and that's most of why I've avoided doing any kind of resume. Because no matter where you say you've been, you might not have taken anything from that experience. There's every chance that I have more to offer you than someone who's been in the military. There's every chance that I have more to offer you than someone who has a degree. And whether or not I say I've been in the military or have a degree, there's no reason that you should believe that me telling you that has any basis on what you should take from what I have to say to you. So it's sort of silly to make a resume for a video channel on YouTube because it's a video channel on YouTube. Yes, Hooples. I really like our military friends. And if you guys are listening, you know who you are. And I don't judge you guys for making your military resume videos, but I do respect military preppers, and they definitely do have a lot of info to provide. But if a group that I am in becomes led by a military individual and led in a military way, I will be leaving. I will not be in a civilian group led in a military fashion. I simply will not. So any prepper who knife hands and military talks and cannot dictate to me how their group will be a civilian endeavor has no respect. Exactly. I really like what Ryan has going on. Have the gear, have the guys, and have it be legit, and you should be good. I think that the best prepper is somebody who owns a Walmart or a North 40 or something like that. What is the military way of running a prepper group? I think it's pretty obvious. Not even ham radio. Are ham radios a military thing? Exactly, Hooples. I mean, I've often thought that sporting outfitters were probably the best prepper stores, and probably are mostly owned by preppers, just because all the things that they sell are things that preppers want to buy. And it's basically like having a giant stockpile of that and then selling all the things that you want to rotate out to other people who want to buy them from you. And then if things ever happen, you just close your doors and sit on your stockpile. Interesting, Hooples. Exactly, yeah. See, Ryan knows what he's getting at. If I had my choice, I'd be owning something like a Outdoorsman's Warehouse or something, Sportsman's Warehouse or something like that. and having a contract with Coleman's or whatever. And yeah, you've got all the things that preppers buy. You've got stockpiles, you got food, you're selling out of the rotate. And yeah, no. Vanessa, you benefit from having military scenario experience. But what I'm saying is that most of these military-based channels on here, if I end up in a group led by one of them, I'm walking out. Me and my family will take our risks in the woods with just me to provide for them before I listen to somebody who is basing all of our decisions on their experience during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Because their experience during Operation Iraqi Freedom has nothing to do with whatever we will be dealing with during the American economic collapse. And if they really think that their experiences during whatever American army deployment they had are going to have basis on this, then they're not really thinking of the situation in a realistic sense. And most of what a lot of people on here have to tell me about how their experience has to do with this is simply, I was there. But a lot would, Vanessa. Maybe not true and honest veterans, but a lot of the people on here are doing exactly that. A lot of the people on here are simply saying, I was in the military, so I know better than people who were not in the military, without providing actual contextual information as to why that is the case. What they did in the military that has any basis on leading civilians in an economic collapse, or why those civilians will not mutiny or do all these things. They didn't go through boot camp. There's no supply chain behind them. There's no criminal justice system enforcing that they follow you. So what I'm just saying is a lot of people who base their credibility only on the fact that they served a branch of the military, they're not doing anybody around them any service. And again, I'm not trying to detract from the fact that they have gained skills that are unique to that position, and that in the proper scenarios, they would be best suited for dealing with those situations. But a tribal leader from the 1500s would probably be a better leader in these situations than someone who has led within a technologically advanced American military. I know you wouldn't, Vanessa, and I'm not trying to, most of what I say does not apply to anybody in my audience. Most of the people who are watching me are not necessarily the ones who I commentate on. But I often see in the YouTube community people who base their credibility on just the fact that they served in the military, regardless of the fact that it's not necessarily, I don't know, there have been a lot of convicts who have ended up in the military who they would not identify with themselves. Yeah, sort of like what Hooples is saying. I'm trying to be contrary here to what I'm talking about, the mainstream here, and I don't consider you guys to be mainstream. I realize that most of the veterans who are in the circle of people that I interact with are very legit, are very responsible people who would never lean on their military background solely. They have actual credentials and skills beyond just having been in the military. But there are a lot of people who simply try to have that be their only credential. And unless you have some other thing that you can say, look, I am extremely credentialed in these other ways, which many people are, then it's not enough, you know? And at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, I can say, I mean, you might have been in the military, any person might have, but you also might have just been a cook in the military. Now, being in the military often lets you take classes on tactics and strategy and resource management and things like that. Those are skills which you might not have gotten in other places. And for that reason, veterans often do have a propensity for having more skills like that. Lost my water bottle. And those preppers tend to talk about those skills that they actually have. But it's a red flag if they don't. Now, that being said, if you have somebody who's skilled in a certain field, like they're your guy who's really good at hydraulics, or your guy who's really good at mechanics or things like that, and then you find out that that guy is also a veteran, but you didn't know it before that, that guy is probably one of the most skilled and reliable people that you'll ever meet. But one of the last things you'll ever learn about that person is that he's a veteran, because he doesn't want to talk about it. Usually the people who want to talk about that kind of thing are the ones who want to play it up more than they need to. So, yeah, I'm just saying, mostly what it gets down to is he who talks does not know, and he who knows does not speak. BRB. No, Vanessa, you're fine to ask questions. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. Just reading along with you guys. Ooh, Prescott put up a video. You can link that video, Ryan, if you'd like to. People can check it out after the live stream or right now if they'd like to. It's going pretty long, so they can tap out if they feel like it. I don't know if you're asking me these questions, Vanessa. I don't consider myself to really be someone who can dictate that kind of policy for other people. Personally, I don't believe in setting those kinds of policies from a position of sitting in my house in a nice warm home and a nice community in America right now with the grid up and everything. I don't plan on kicking anybody out because they're unfirm. CPD, how you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while. I've seen you posting every once in a while. Good to see you. Good night, Anna. I'm glad you got to drop in. Good to see you. I'll chat with you here tomorrow, and we'll keep in touch. Have a good night. No, Vanessa, you're fine. I don't mind. You're welcome to ask the hypotheticals. I just can't tell if you're directly questioning my opinions on it or just asking for a crowd opinion. I talk about those things more by examining it as an idea in a video and asking what people think about it. I don't see myself as the channel that comes on here and tries to lecture people on how they should think about things. Some channels will come on and philosophize about, well, when this happens, people are just going to be abandoning the sick people or blah, blah, blah. But that's pure conjecture. And it's fine if you begin by paraphrasing that's going to be pure conjecture. But whenever I approach something like that, I tend to philosophize on it and try to be a little bit more realistic. For instance, most of us have somebody who is physically infirm in our life. I mean, most of us have somebody who is not in ideal physical condition if we ourselves are not that person. And so you really do have to ask yourself, what are you going to do to get rid of that person when it happens? It's really just the real, I do try to focus on the realisticness of the situations that we talk about, because so often in this community, it's fictionalized. When we say it's a fantasy, when people talk about fantasizing about bugging out or fantasizing about SHTF, what they mean is that we are idealizing it. We are looking at it in an ideal fashion. We're only looking at the parts of it that would be better than how we see our lives right now. When in reality, nothing's going to be better. Nothing's going to be nicer. And in order to view things like that, you pretty much have to suspend the reality of the situation completely. That's the basis of fantasizing these situations. It's not just daydreaming about it. It's about sugarcoating it, seeing it as better than it will really be. And so, yes, the questions that you're asking are relevant to what we talk about in what I see as my community, my circle of people, because I don't like to identify or associate with channels who aren't trying to look at things from a down-to-earth, rational, and realistic perspective. None of these situations will alleviate the need to be worried about the elderly or the sick or other people who are important to your life. the best we can hope for is that most of these situations will put us back into a tribal frame of mind. And that's mostly how we need to look at things, is how our local tribe will end up functioning when the wider grid goes down. So, no, I mean, your hypothetical questions are totally welcome here. I just want you to understand that most of the people here are trying to think of things in that devil's advocate kind of way. I'm just not much of a beer person. I appreciate beer, but I do not like it. See, that's the thing, Vanessa. That's your question sort of reveals the disconnect in the prepper community. When you ask me, in a flood event or fire or hurricane, would you evacuate to an actual evacuation center? Let me explain what your question strikes me to mean. In the prepper community, a lot of people mistrust FEMA or emergency aid because there's a potential for abuse when you are in a government system like that. I interpret your question as meaning, would I turn down help if it was something that I needed? So no, if I was able to take care of myself better than the government was able to in a flood or fire or hurricane, if I had a fleet of fire trucks or if I had a helicopter to evacuate me, then no, I would not rely on the government to do that. But if I was alone and had no help and the government was able to help me, then I would absolutely take their help. And so I agree with you that the prepper community is a little silly in that from their position of safety, they will say, I would never accept help from the FEMA camps, or I would never go to the FEMA camps, even if they had food and I would starve the next day if I had no food. That's stupid, because if you would starve without food, but they have food, you will go there. There's no reason for you not to, unless you can see into the camp and they're just raping everybody. But you will not be able to see that. And so knowing that they have food and that your children will die without it, you'll go there. So the fact that most prepper channels would say, oh, I just wouldn't do that, is stupid. And I get what you're getting at. But the whole point of prepping is to be so capable that you never need anybody's help, isn't it? But I agree. Yes, Vanessa, you would want to have your own means to avoid government help. But at the same time, if the government is evacuating people and there's a helicopter flying away from the forest fire, I'll probably get on the helicopter. But I think a lot of prepper channels say that if the helicopter said FEMA on the side of it, they and theirs would go their own way. They're going to pick you up Are they going to roll in Hooples when they pick you up? Are they going to like have loudspeakers blaring some epic theme music when they roll in to pick you up? Going to have some like dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 dum as they come like rolling in to save your lives. Some people think that way. I mean, you get hyped up and you're like, yeah, they're short on medical. We need to pick up a medical character to fill out our party. We need a cleric for our group. Hooples, you'll be our cleric. You'll heal us up whenever we're in battles. Okay. I will email you, Hooples. This does sound like an interesting story. And then I can make it abstract enough and share it as a video so everybody can laugh about it. Email Hooples about the crazy militant Canadian preppers. Don't go to prepper meets and be sociable. I actually agree with that. Go to prepper meets and sit in the corner looking like an FBI agent. Oh, there are definitely crazy people in Idaho, man. I mean, definitely some crazy people in Idaho. Ooh, I found silver dime. Mormons are good preppers. I can tell you that from lifelong experience. I probably would not be here if it wasn't for the Mormon Church. I grew up with 72-hour kids. I grew up with food storage, and I grew up in the Boy Scouts, which in the Mormon Church is a very big thing. And all of my Boy Scout leaders who taught me survivalism and woodscraft were Mormon Boy Scout leaders. Hooples, don't you know that when the SHTF, when the SH is the F, you're going to have to kill a person every single day just to survive. And if you're not rucking, you're not going to survive. If you don't have the spear fist out, you're not going to survive. Vanessa, they get their MREs through links, associate links. Don't you know that YouTube associate links will get you MREs well into the SHDF? I don't know what stream you're talking about, Hooples, but I can imagine. I can make a couple guesses. Oh yeah, yeah, Gray Man. I agree with you there. Thank you, Vanessa. No, I was just being sardonic. Most channels that talk about MREs have a link that they will sell you MREs through. I have never watched The Revolting Man. I've watched a couple of his videos, but I've never watched him as a regular occurrence. Vanessa Kitty, it seems that TRM is referring to the channel name The Revolting Man. As for MREs, they seem cool. It seems like a lot of work for doing the same thing that a protein bar does. Revolt. Yes, he volts once and then he volts again, and that's why he's the revolting man. I just missed my mouth. I don't know. How long can you live off of MREs? The Hill Cumorah pageant. I haven't been there. Is that interesting? GMO, Greyman, I can proudly say that I have eaten my prep food for extended periods of time. And to me, that's one of the most important metrics of being a prepper is knowing that you can eat your food for a long period of time. So that's my resume right there. If you want prepper credentials, I eat my food. I prep what I eat, and I eat what I prep. Oh, the female prepper nurse? Yeah, so there is a prepper nurse and there's a prepper nurse 1. And prepper nurse 1 is the man who lives in New York State and has a small patch of land, which is a homestead, and who live streams every day so that he can make hundreds of dollars. And aside from that, he probably has plenty to offer, but All right. Thanks, CBD. I appreciate you dropping in. I'll back channel you here soon, like everybody else. Hooples, I caught that. I try not to talk negatively about other channels, and most of the channels that have been mentioned here in my stream, I can talk negatively about, and I'll say that much about them. And if they have a problem with that, then maybe they need to up the quality of their content. Let me tell you, if I was making the money that some of these guys were, I'd be offering a whole heck of a lot more than what they are. No, Hooples, you're fine. If they can't stand being called out, they don't deserve to be in the public light. But I don't want to, be seen as drawing clicks from calling people out. But oh man, would I love to call some people out. I will go and have a survivor television show style competition with most any prepper channel that is out there. I can name a few that I wouldn't expect to win against. I think maybe Corporal's Corner and a few similar channels might have the actual skill and perseverance to outlast me in the woods. But when I look at most prepper channels, I would expect to be able to just go out in the woods and sit there in a campsite longer than most of them. The fact that most prepper channels don't see bugging out, I mean, you can tell most prepper channels have not camped enough in their lifetime because to them, bugging out doesn't sound like a very boring version of going on a camp out. If you haven't camped for a week long, like if you haven't hiked 20 miles, set up camp, and stayed there for a week without having anything else to do, then you probably have no idea how boring the average bug out sounds. Growing up, it was pretty common to hike for 20 miles and then stay there for any period of time that we could manage to get a holiday weekend or whatever. And after one day of sitting in a camp with nothing else to do, it's pretty boring. We usually had to hike up a mountain or build a raft or do something. And so you can tell with most channels that they've never gone into the woods and set up a camp and just sat there for a week, because the content of their videos would be considerably different, because by day 2 they'd be talking about setting up something, doing something, but it's always some hypothetical version of what you do whenever you set up a camp and then just start living there. You're pretty busy if you're actually trying to survive, or else you're pretty bored. Yeah, Hooples, winter is a little different when you're in the north. Winter camping is pretty busy compared to summer camping. But you get my point. Most channels, you can tell that they have not been on a week-long expedition into the woods, let alone an imaginary bug out. So it's sort of funny whenever they try to postulate on what it would be like. Hooples, I agree. Canadian Prepper probably still offers stuff. I haven't listened to him in quite a while, at least a year now. Um, Canadian Prepper was the one that got me to actually start my channel. Other channels motivated me to, but it was some of the things that Canadian Prepper was saying when I started that made me shake my head enough that I decided I had to uh, put my 2 cents into the conversation. Um, Not just him, but multiple channels that I basically told myself, if these guys can be out there telling people what to think, then I can definitely be out telling people what to think. And that's the basis of my whole resume rant. You are literally on YouTube where any single person in the entire world can tell you what to think. So if you really need a resume to justify listening to people on YouTube, that's silly. Ethical Preparedness. Yes, he is one of my favorite large channels. He's probably one of the few channels of his size that have actually maintained a large degree of dignity. And that's just because he's so damn honest. He's just, I love EP. He actually is one of the first people to ever recognize my channel and offer collaboration. Um, we've done stuff back and forth, but actually he offered me a collaboration that we've never had the time to really sort out. But I tell you what, if I ever actually do a collaboration with that guy, my channel will take off. But he is just one of the most legitimate channels out there, especially of his size. And he's one of the few channels of his size who I would really feel like collaborating with. He just, his information, the topics that he chooses to focus on are so down to earth and relevant. Um, it just speaks for itself. That's cool, Caesar. A little bit of rogue gardening there. I think they call it rogue gardening, guerrilla gardening, planting some agricultural species in wild areas. Ah, oh yeah. Swamp. I think that what Vanessa is referring to is just preppers trying to sound like they know more than they do, and trying to tell people what to think. Yeah, she said it better than I could. People putting themselves in a position of leadership and trying to tell people what to do when they probably know what to do themselves. Oh, I'm sorry, Hooples. I suppose this would be better. There we go. That's the one that we want. Maker's Mark bourbon cigar. I'm actually curious how this one smells. Yeah, that other one was cheap. Wow. That. Now, Swamp, people who inhale their cigars definitely die from that shit. That smells pretty good. But I don't think that this is as dangerous. Yeah, think about that, Swamp. People like Winston Churchill who actually inhaled their cigars. Can you imagine? That's what I'm saying, Vanessa. If you just puff on a cigar with your mouth, there's probably less health consequence than inhaling a cigarette. But I would argue that puffing food grade vegetable oil is probably safer. Ooh, Swamp, that'll make you sick. When I was younger, and I was smoking joints and stuff, I'd smoke a joint and puff on a cigar, and sometime I'd accidentally inhale that. That was tough. Getting ready for surprise SHTF. I was going to say that, Seether, earlier, that I do I do worry slightly more around New Year's and Christmas and things like that. Just because there are certain groups like terrorists who would pick a day like that to do a cyber attack or things like that. Oh yeah, you definitely inhale no matter what, Vanessa. Um, but compared to a cigarette, I mean, like a puff and then inhale, like you do with a cigarette, that'll mess you up. Oh, okay, you're joking. I see what you're saying. No, but my level of alert goes up a little bit during stereotypical holidays, if you will. You know, if someone's going to do a terrorist attack on the U.S., there's a higher chance they'll do it on the 4th of July than on April 3rd or whatever. But yeah, no, I'm not setting up a machine gun and placing them in the living room just in case. But I'm not going to be any more surprised than usual if something happens on New Year's Day. Shane. Who's Shane? Are you talking about Walking Dead? Because I'd have killed that guy so early. Yeah, see there. I mean, just because other people would pick those days as a meaningful day to do something crazy. No Hooples, but Uncle Al said that he was wrong recently and he's pushing the date back. So he's pulling an Archimedes on us. I think it was Archimedes, right? All right, let's talk about Shane in The Walking Dead because I'm going to admit something to you guys. In my prepper group, I'll be killing people. I'll be killing people who do stuff like that. I mean, I think that it's important that every prepper view their prepper group as though it's a horror movie or a zombie survival movie. All right. And if you got people who are looking at you sideways and who are just doing stereotypical movie plot stuff where they're going to come after you later, you kill them. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a product of Hollywood, but you always kill the bad guy as soon as he is clearly a bad guy from a movie audience perspective. I view my life from the perspective of a movie audience watching it. And if a person becomes a bad guy, it's cinematic in nature, people. See, there that is. I assume that you mean that he does have it displayed when you walk in his house, and I think that that is awesome. Walking Swamp. All right, I have a love-hate relationship with The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead is by far the media that I have rewatched the most in my lifetime. I grew up rewatching Disney shows like Mulan and Aladdin and things as I fell asleep. But as an adult, I have let The Walking Dead play in the background of my life so much that by far I have rewatched it more than anything else, and I've probably rewatched it more than most other human beings. Just because I would clean my house with The Walking Dead playing. As for what Vanessa says, one of the best things that you can get from The Walking Dead or any other television show or movie is what not to do. And in that sense, they're one of the most valuable things that you can base your life off of. Exactly. See, Hooples has drawn all the important questions from The Walking Dead for a zombie apocalypse. Use fences to kill zombies. Don't sleep in tents with nobody paying attention to what's going on around you. Never tell the truth to anybody. And also, people are evil. But no, in all fairness, when you watch The Walking Dead, the ideas that you get about how they're doing things wrong are usually far more valuable about what they're doing right. Um, as for what Seether is saying, I like the backhoe. Did you say backhoe, I think? Excavator. And I'll up you by a gigantic forklift loader. Yeah, tanks would be useful, but I would argue that a forklift would be more useful than a tank. I'll get you a picture real quick. Now, what I'm talking about is not one of the ones that articulates, but those would be pretty handy too. Vanessa, most people have bathroom issues right now. I'm just saying. let's be honest, a lot of people got bathroom issues already that they're going to be dealing with. All right, that kind of forklift. Not the little one that you see in your local grocery store. I'm talking about a real loader that can lift 3 or 4 tons at once and drive it around pretty damn fast. I know you can't really see that, but that's a big forklift. All right, those things run on propane or diesel, and they can run for quite a while. One tank of propane that you put on your barbecue will run that vehicle for a day, running constantly, lifting pallets of wood and all kinds of stuff. It will drive down the road, pick up vehicles, toss them aside, and keep on driving down the road. And you can do it with hundreds of pounds of steel plate added to it. That's why forklifts are one of the best bug out vehicles. Oh, I agree, Cedar. You can go bigger. I'm just saying those things are all over the place. Every town has multiple hardware stores that have a big old forklift loader like that and plenty of steel plate that you can make into a homemade tank. They're a lot more common than tanks are. Yeah, but Hooples, most people misunderstand sanitation well enough that they think it's part of medical. Yeah, there's a lot of food in the Walking Dead universe, and infinite fuel reserves. I mean, I don't know where they're finding all the gasoline. I'm assuming that there's entire side plots where they're defeating other groups and stealing their gas tanks because where's all the fuel coming from? Clearly, they've captured a 100-foot tall fuel tank. Oh, the tires you just fill with foam, Hoobles. You just. Yeah, swamp. And I've actually meant to do a dissecting the Walking Dead series of videos, just basically because I do like them, and I think most preppers do appreciate them. But really, the best thing is to tear them apart. I mean, you could literally, as preppers, go through them episode by episode and say, what would you do here that they didn't do here? Oh, that's cool, Hooples. That would be a good one. That one is universally referenced. Yeah, see, at least the comic book series had a fuel town. At least Mad Max basically focused around the fact that fuel was the main resource, even if there was never enough for that movie. Permanent diarrhea and nerve damage in the lower colon. Yeah. Well, I was just more referring to people who have hemorrhoids or anal fissures or any of the number of things that make it really hard to go to the bathroom on a regular basis. But those are real serious medical issues. And I have made videos where I just scratch the surface of that. But there are a lot of medical issues that people have and are going to need to try to survive with. Living doesn't just end because the SHTF has happened if you have severe medical issues. So, yeah, no, those are serious things that, I mean, I don't have the medical expertise to tell you what a person in that position would do. But essentially, what Cedar just said is analyzing the current medical treatment and finding a way to replicate that. And I'll be back. I agree with the single-use products, tuples, or even 10-use products. If you have something that won't last you for at least a year of continuous use, it's not a good prepper product. And I agree, Swamp. The only problem with medical topics is it's very hard to address them on a public platform like YouTube. I can sit here and tell you what I think you should do in plenty of situations, but then I'll get myself sued. Good stuff. Just catching up on what you guys were chatting about. That's very cool, Caesar. I bet you could make a little bit of money actually if you were to actually sell it. Just restore cast iron and sell it, or charge to restore it for people. Probably not too much money, but a little bit on the side. Yeah, Hooples. I would like to figure out a way. I would like to eventually have a homestead kind of thing set up and be able to really look at serious setups for things like wood electricity. I think it'd be very cool to set up an electric generator set off of wood gas, things like that. There's a lot of stuff that I think will be the future of prepping if people just get into it. And there's just so much sustainability to be had in the modern age. I think a prepper could really set up a house with just wood heat and have electricity and have heated floors, just everything you could want very comfortably. And places like where you and I live, there's a lot of options for that. I think that's something all of us here can appreciate, Vanessa, is the value of an insomniac. I think it's pretty safe to say that everybody here is a little bit of a night owl. What time is it? Where I'm at, it's 12:19, so you guys must be at 3:20 or so. Hooples does all of his best YouTubing while he's working. Yeah, see, that's my point. I mean, I've always been the kind of person who, well, not always, but often in my adult life, I've worked late at night, slept between 2 and 5 hours, and been at it again the next day. That wouldn't exactly be the funnest position to be in an SHTF, but knowing that you're capable of it on a sustained basis is pretty valuable prepper skill. You know, Vanessa, I'm personally familiar with block and tackles, but every single time somebody calls them that, I think of fishing. And then because I know what they actually are, I get the image of like a really heavy pulley system that's being used to pull a fish in from the ocean. Exactly. They are old sailing terms, but in my mind, they're connected to logging, but also to sailing. So in my mind, I see a logger on a sailboat hooking up logging pulleys to pull a very large tree sized fish into a boat using tackle. I have a very strange brain, and it tends to connect things in very strange ways. But I can agree, people should know how to use blocking tackles and things like that. And I'm pretty proud to have spent a fair amount of time pulling trees up out of ditches and off the sides of mountains for firewood using block and tackle systems. Yes. You know, sometimes I feel like I don't have much to say on my videos, and then there are things that I realize that people don't appreciate enough, like a good pair of socks. Like Gray Man Outdoors mentions. Most people don't appreciate the value of true high quality socks, which are usually made out of wool. Uh, and most people don't realize that most socks that you buy that say wool socks are actually more than 80% polyester. Because you can call socks wool socks as long as they have at least 1% wool in them. Because the majority of wool socks that you can purchase have about 1% wool in them. And that sort of tells you something. That in and of itself, the fact that if you try to buy wool socks, they'll be 99% something else, tells you that those are the best socks that you can buy. So yes, one of my greatest goals in life is to find socks that are at least 90% wool, but under $30 a pair. And if you can do that, then you have found good socks to buy as a prepper. But yes, socks are one of the most, they're foundational for more than the fact that they're at the foundation of your outfit. But yes, especially if you live in the cold, and even if you don't, wool is durable beyond pretty much anything else. There's a reason that animals grow it on themselves instead of cotton or polyester or anything else. If those were better, they probably would have evolved that instead. Darn Tough brand socks, huh? I'll look into them. I'm going to be honest. This is not the most comfortable chair to do this in. It's not bad, but it's not the best. See, I currently wear pretty cheap socks. They are a wool blend, but they're mostly not wool. But that's because I don't have the money to buy good socks for everything. But that just reinforces my point. I wear the crappy stuff for my day-to-day life, but when it comes to prepping and stuff that I have stored and what's in my bug-out bags, that's where the good stuff is. If I buy $30 socks, they go in a bug-out bag, not for me to wear every single day, because the stuff that goes in my bug-out bag is the stuff that I want to save for a good rainy day. Now, if I was really working outside, I would be buying that good stuff, and I have been whenever I worked out in the mud and the snow and stuff. But for my day-to-day life, whenever I'm just using it and wearing through it, I usually use the cheaper stuff. But whenever it comes down to prepping emergency supplies, that's where I use what I know will really work. And yeah, good socks. Yeah, Costco tends to have good socks. Costco tends to have good stuff just in general. You really need to look at the materials that are in it and just sort of examine the quality. But yeah, Costco tends to have good stuff, even if it's just a better brand that's being sold off. I have tried a couple of Wolverines that I liked and Timberlands. I haven't tried a Red Wing, but my favorite boots ever were a Danner. Yeah, I like the Costco boots. I've worked my way through a few Costco boots. Um, as far as I know, you cannot beat Danner for the price if you can get them for a good price. They're expensive, but my dad got a pair of Danners for $50, and I used them for about 5 years, which is saying something for a pair of boots that you're using outside. Let's see. I wore those Danners through Boy Scouts, through working on a tree farm, transplanting trees, digging in the snow, the mud, and the rain, a machine shop, making guns, so getting coolant and metal scraps on them, and then back outside again. So yeah, 5 years of boots with hard labor. I mean, that same kind of work, I've gone through multiple pairs of boots in 2 years doing that same kind of work. So yeah, I would definitely buy Danners for a pretty fair price. And especially considering what he paid for them in the first place, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, I can imagine why being a welder would mess up boots. Vanessa is leaving at 6 a.m. If that's in 2 hours, I hope I'm not going, but I guess there's a chance I might be. Costco shirts for covering EDC. I like that. Like a little bit of Gray Man cover for everything else. Yeah, I understand that, Vanessa. Yeah, Costco stuff is probably one of the best Gray Man stuff that there is because if people don't recognize it from being sold in Costco, they will recognize it as being extremely common stuff. Yeah, Vanessa, I have generally suffered from insomnia myself. Not so much lately because I've been working so much, but ever since I went down to just one job again lately, I've been staying up a lot more at night. So, um, yeah, no, people with with functioning insomnia, not those who stay up late but are pretty much worthless at night, but um, a lot of people in the prepper YouTube community stay up very late at night. They're interacting constantly and they're functional throughout all of it. Those people will be an asset to their group. If you can stay up and work continuously for more than what other people can, that's, pretty self-explanatory as a bonus. It's not very pleasant in a modern sociable world, but it will make you an asset. It is handy when making bread in the early morning. Yeah, there are multiple things that being a night owl or insomniac can be handy for. Just knowing that you can choose to be functional at random times of day is pretty handy. Yeah, I bet, Vanessa. Well, what will you guys be doing tomorrow? I have the day off, so I'll probably be going out and see if there's any good deals out and about on town. I've actually thought about that video, Hooples, the best underwear for SHTF. Would it be simply the underwear that you're most comfortable and used to? Or would it perhaps be something functional like a Speedo? I feel like a Speedo would maybe be a little more aerodynamic. A little bit of support. Let's be honest, if you're running, you don't need anything, any loose weight flopping counter to your, you want to have your sports bra, you want to have your restriction, your support. Oh, come on, Hooples. You're never too old for a little bit of work sex. Come on. All right, we're back into it now. Good stuff. All right, we'll wrap the night up. No, not with that one. We'll go with the pear cider. The Perry. Using my prepper knife for this. Flavored drinks are meh, says Hooples. Listen, if the basis of your drink being better than mine is that it tastes less, that alone is not a very fair metric. I happen to think that apples and pears have a very good juxtaposition to their flavor. Thank you, good sir. Now, I do like bourbon, and many would argue that its flavor is horrible compared to apples and pears. The best comb for bug out. See, Hooples, you're feeding me good material here. I like bourbon. Some would argue that it has not flavor compared to something fruity. I believe that bourbon has amazing flavor, but my point is that I like bourbon and not just flavored drinks. Oh, Hooples, they can't tell what the smells are coming from. It's all biological at that point. Pear brandy with the pear grown in the bottle is tasty. That's interesting. Like they put the bottle on the tree and then they take it off and then they somehow brew the brandy in there with it. Yeah, you could almost do the best compass. Well, swamp, to be fair, I've never needed a compass, but I do think that the ability to use one is valuable. Oh, Hooples. Slightly inebriated? Sure. Drunk? Not at all. Jabroni's in the house. How you doing? Yes, Jabroni, I've been going for 5 hours and 10 minutes. I've been doing about a drink an hour, and Hooples thinks I'm drunk on hard cider. I bet I'm sober enough to handle firearms. I'm not gonna. I don't want this stream to end up on Live Leaks. Both of those were funny. No, I actually have not drank any liquor. Booze, yes. Liquor, no. What do I carry? I carry 357 snub nose. And I tend to have a 12 gauge nearby. Lately, it hasn't been with me, but yeah, most of the time I got a 12 gauge cabled down, like locked down inside my truck. What color is it, Hooples? Of course. And it's one of those lightsabers that goes up and then becomes a triangle. Cute. Yes, I carry a firearm, Hooples, all the time. I don't feel the need to talk about it, but it's there. And I'll almost probably never use it. I'll probably never single handedly stop a shooting because I carry a gun. But I'm so used to carrying it at this point that whenever I don't, I feel like I've forgotten something somewhere. And that is not a good feeling when that something happens to be a firearm. Now you've got me paranoid. Gotta keep my gun nearby. We're good. Anna's not in there. Oh, Jabroni, I have not even begun to tell you about the tactical banana hammock. Save that for another time. I'll actually purchase a banana hammock. I'm going to model it for you, but I'll hold it up for you, and I'll talk about its tactical benefits. I know there's a couple of you who would like that a lot, but this isn't that kind of YouTube platform. Huh, that's interesting, Vanessa. YouTube does apply different rules to different people differently just to see how it turns out. They're pretty open about experimenting with things like that. Ryan's still lurking in here. Hello, Ryan. How you doing? Yeah, Ryan, but I think that you probably have a little bit of leeway when it comes to carrying slightly more interesting stuff in California than most people would. You hear that, Hooples? No matter where you are, Ryan is listening. Our swamp. He's in Prescott, Arizona, so I imagine he ranges in that area. Hoople's 2 hours. You never know at this point, man. I might be asleep. I might be here. Have fun with the hospital, and if I don't see you, hopefully I'll see you soon. I'm glad you dropped in, and have a good night. See you soon. Oh, thank you, Hooples. I'm glad that I could help in whatever small way that I can. It was good chatting with you, man. $200 wool underwear. Where do I sign up? I'm not going to lie. I would actually probably love to review those $200 wool long underwear. Yeah, let's be fair. If they are like thick wool leggings that are full length and actually high quality, $200 is not that bad of a price. I have a hard time finding decent wool socks for $30. And socks are just the end of pants. Looks like I might be having a connection issue. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, it told me I'm having a choppy connection. And I'm actually behind on my chat here. I can see more on my phone than I can see on my dashboard. See that? Yep. Interesting. My computer is sending out my feed but not receiving the chat. That's very interesting. Huh, that's funny. I don't know though, because I popped the chat out. If I hit the chat pop out, you guys are up to date. But whenever I pop the chat back into my main window, it's not up to date. I broke the internet. Well, if only I went viral, that would help. I mean, I would be more likely to sort of assume that it's because I'm going so long and they're trying to bottleneck my bandwidth. Because I'm a small channel that's trying to stream for 5 hours when they'd rather not provide that. But who am I? That is really weird, though. It will not update my chat. Yeah, I mean, I probably won't bother doing any real firearm related videos. There's not much currently that I can think of that would really contribute that anybody hasn't heard before. Nothing that I need to show one for. I could do share videos of me shooting, and I probably will, but um, it's pretty clear where YouTube is. I mean, earlier today, I tried to search a video about why Trump was being impeached, just because I was curious what was being said. Because to be honest, I haven't heard a person encapsulate why Trump is being impeached. I hear that they're doing it, but there's actually not a lot of information out there about why it's being done. And when you type it into YouTube, literally the only thing you get are clips of CNN. And I know that they're not the only one talking about it. And I literally typed in, why is Trump being impeached, into YouTube. And all I got was rants from Democratic senators on CNN. And I'm really not trying to be political here, but the fact that I can't find a video from some random small YouTuber when I know that one is literally titled, why is Trump being impeached? And that is my search term. And all I'm being given is things that have nothing to do with that search term, except for the topic. Yeah, it's definitely very clear that they're pushing a certain agenda. Um, so it's pretty clear to me where the platform is going. I'll use it while it's here. Um, but I definitely, my next goal is to make my own website, um, to provide my videos, for one thing, because I want to make videos that have good music that don't, I don't want to worry about copyright strikes. There's good music out there, and you can make some good videos with music, but you can't do it on YouTube. So just dropping that alone allows you to do whatever you want. And I'd like to have my own website. So I think that eventually everybody who's serious here is going to get either another platform or just set up a website where they can host their own videos and use things like YouTube as funnels to push things towards their more serious stuff. Yeah, great, man. It's true though. There's a lot of millennials who are trying to police words. Uh, what do you use, Ryan? I've considered Nord, but I don't really want to jump into a heavily advertised VPN without any serious people's opinions on it. See, that's the thing that I wonder about. People say that things like reloading are censored, but there are really big channels that do that kind of stuff. Um, Maybe smaller channels that don't have a big enough support to be able to help them if they do get censored. Maybe they do, but um, there are some really big channels that talk about things that small channels say get censored into non-existence, but yet there are these big channels with millions of views that talk about those things. So I don't know. I think maybe if you're a crazy conspiracy theory oriented channel that occasionally talks about hot topic issues as well, maybe you get censored. But I think if you're just a run of the mill regular person talking about a pretty regular American hobby, you're probably okay. Oh, I got to get my charger. My laptop's about to die. Yeah, I bet that's pretty interesting, Ryan, about the search results based on your country. Yeah, I work in a public service, and I've been saying Merry Christmas. And if anybody says, why do you, nobody has said that, but I've been prepared for it. I would tell them to have a bad day on Christmas Day. If I say Merry Christmas to you and they say, I don't celebrate Christmas, I'd say, then you have a horrible 25th and go F yourself. I'm telling you that on Christmas Day, which on the 25th, it will be Christmas Day, whether you like it or not. I'm telling you to have a good day then. And if you don't like that, then I hope that you have a horrible day because I'm trying to be nice. And if you really dislike Christmas enough that you want to deny the fact that that's the day that it is for millions of people, and I'm telling you to have a nice day on that day, then seriously, go F yourself. I don't care how full of yourself and your denial of Christianity you are. I'm not a particularly super Christian person myself, but if someone tells you have a nice day and you need to push your anti-religion into them, yeah, you can have a bad day that day for all I care. Exactly, Vanessa. If you say, oh, thank you, and I mean, I celebrate Hanukkah, so you have a happy Hanukkah today because it's already that. I'll say, you're right. I don't celebrate that, but happy Hanukkah to you. But I tend to assume, yeah, it just, yeah, jabroni, fake outrage. Exactly. It's just, it's going to be a nice day. If someone's being pleasant and merry, accept it. And it's funny. I mean, I can at least appreciate it. Some people, I've had some people stop and say, yeah, happy holiday to you. And even that's just a little funny. Like, I'm conflicted over this, but I'm not quite ready to really push it in your face. I mean, I appreciate it that you identify with the fact that you're not a Christian and that you disagree with Christianity, but I guess what bugs me, because I've almost been there before, if you disagree with something so strongly enough that you need to run around telling people that you disagree with them for agreeing with it, then that in itself is a little bit of a hyper focus on the issue. Exactly. Why do you care about it so much that you can't stand to have it said to you, basically? I agree our swamp that organized religion is terrible, but if you're so traumatized by it, if it bothers you so much that you can't stand to have anybody acknowledge it or um, use it as a venue to wish you a good day, then I think that that's a little bit of a unaddressed psychological issue there. I mean, that would sort of be like me having a problem with someone saying shalom to me, like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not Jewish, so I don't plan on experiencing peace. You can tell me peace all you want, but I'm not Jewish. So I don't believe in your Hebrew rendition of saying peace unto you, my friend. People can say shalom all they want. And they can say pretty much any whatever version of you have a good day they want. I'm not going to say I'm sorry, but I don't subscribe to that. There's a lot of channels that like to say shalom. Didn't that happen in Die Hard? Something similar to that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't like talking about other people's beliefs or whatever, but um, if you're adopting Hebrewism or Judaism as sort of a catchy version of Christianity, but you're basically a Christian with a little bit of Judaism interspersed. I don't know. There's just a lot of people doing it and it only feels like they are being kitsch about it. Kitsch. Um, and I mean that about people that I met in real life, not YouTubers. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. But if you will say shalom to somebody, but you wouldn't say peace, brother, then it feels cheesy. And most of the people, when I'm grocery shopping or whatever, and they say shalom, I don't feel like they would say peace unto you. And that's what that means. So if you wouldn't just say peace unto you, I don't feel like you should just say shalom so that you can feel biblical about yourself. Well, that's unfortunate, Vanessa. I hate having to go into areas where my arms rights are restricted. So what you're saying is a woman ignored the regulations on her traffic rights, on her right of way, and struck his vehicle, and so now he must travel into an area where his rights to firearms are more severely restricted. Careful, gray man. You start messing with who Jesus is, he might end up a transvestite black woman. 2 weeks and they're starting to get some repair progress done. That's nice to hear. Maybe eventually they'll have it done. No, I do appreciate Grandma's point. You can't just assume who Jesus was in an ancient world where people really could have come from a variety of different places. I don't know whether or not Michelle Obama is a woman or a man, and I think it's rather irrelevant, guys, when it's absolutely clear that she's a Sith Lord and a master of the dark side of the Force. Let's get serious. I saw that clip. All right, let's not get into the conspiracy theory side of YouTube. I saw that. I think everybody who's ever been on the internet has seen it. Maybe she's packing a gun, guys. Maybe it was a 380, you know? All right. We don't know. We don't know. Jabroni, what are you mixing up? Craziness. Gray Man is making an alcohol solution out of scotch in a glass container. All right, so Gray Man, I saw a video today about how watering down your scotch will actually make it taste better because the flavor compounds in the whiskey bind with water differently than they do with just air. So by adding just a few drops of water to your whiskey, you're actually getting more flavor out of it. Jabroni, I'm sitting here trying to figure out the context of your comment just now. Dilute the whiskey enough and it will be dang close to pure water. Yes, the solution to pollution is dilution. I'm sorry, is the White Russian supposed to alleviate that condition, or are the two things completely unconnected? Was it Was it a space station or a swamp? Okay. Now I'm getting the context. I'm uncomfortable, to be completely honest. All right. Let's clear the water here, because it's pretty muddy. All right. I asked Jabroni what kind of alcoholic beverage he was mixing, and he answered that. And the same comment at which he provided a solution to why Michelle Obama may have a little more going on than it would appear for a woman, and yet still be fully female in physical anatomy. However, that was not apparent in the context of that conversation, and it simply seemed like a new topic that was being offered. I simply assumed that a white Russian had to do with that medical condition. And meanwhile, our swamp said that was no clitoris, and I simply heard it in the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi saying, "That's no moon." And thus the space station comment. It's really unfortunate all the way around. It's just, this is what happens when you're on here for more than 5 hours, and that's probably why YouTube has chosen to keep that from happening too often. It's probably a good thing that most people who rewatch this will almost certainly not get this far into the live stream. I think it's cream first, Jabroni. Oh, you're fine. It's completely understandable given the context. I think it's cream first always, whether it's heat or alcohol, because the cream is what's being overwhelmed by what's ever there, whether it be heat or alcohol. So you want to add the cream, so whatever is being added is added gradually in comparison. I'm not sure what you mean, Gray Man. Vanessa, we're not talking about thermoreactive chemistry here. Just alcohol and coffee. Oh, she's got some arms, huh? Yeah, why don't you just pour them both into your mouth at the same time and be a college student about it? Yeah, if you drink your liquor straight, you don't need to be worried about proportions and how to pour it. No, you just drink it. That's no good, jabroni. You always sniff the cream first. Mmm. That's not a white Russian. That's more like a white Kyrgyzstanian or something like that. I don't know. Sorry, Kyrgyzstan. Vanessa, you need a cheesecake with the cranberries and the sauce on top of the cheesecake, and then you drink the moonshine with it. Ew, that's no good, jabroni. You need to go give that back. It's a fair question, Gray Man Outdoors. Although I can understand it. I would suggest huckleberries before cranberries, but sometimes you lose some in the name of science, right? Dill pickle moonshine? You gotta really like pickles to buy that. I'm sorry. But I do not like pickles enough to buy that. Did you make the cranberry moonshine yourself, though, Kitty? That's a little bit more understandable than simply buying one off the shelf. I probably would not buy a cranberry moonshine that was made by a company, but I might put cranberries into a moonshine myself. Yeah, because moonshine off the shelf isn't moonshine. If somebody I know took some moonshine and dropped some cranberries in it, that's a little different from, hey guys, this is cranberry moonshine, a product. But I mean, most flavored alcoholic beverages are not flavored through a natural process of dropping that fruit or whatever in there. It's usually like some crappy, cheap flavoring that's been added. Yeah, thank you, Swamp. It's been good. I'll probably be wrapping up here soon. It's been a little bit of a night, and there's another day to get on to pretty soon. Okay, Kitty, I'll have to look out for that. But yeah, I think I might about call that it, guys. Chat for a couple more minutes and probably call it a night, head to bed. Get some plain moonshine and pour fresh blackberries in it. Let it sit a week or two. You got till 6? What are you doing till 6, Vanessa? Well, yeah, thanks for chatting, Gray Man. What are you up to, Vanessa? That you're up so late, or are you just working, or? If I stay on 19 more hours, I'll get a silver play button. I don't think that's quite how that works. No, Vanessa, you're just fine. You're absolutely welcome. Oh, insomnia. Yeah, I completely understand. Yeah, I could stay up, but I'll probably need to get some sleep so I can function properly in the morning. I absolutely understand there, Vanessa. I dealt with insomnia quite a bit. Gone long periods of time sleeping very little at night. Unfortunately, I've been drinking quite a bit, so I probably do need to call it a night. But I do absolutely understand. I really appreciate you being here. You've been not a problem at all. I appreciate your questions. Even playing the devil's advocate is completely welcome here. So definitely welcome you back. Love to see you around more whenever I do this more. Sorry I can't hang around and keep company. I know how insomnia can be. But oh yeah, you absolutely did help with the chat. Definitely do feel free to back channel if you need a little bit to do. I've got quite a few videos, and a lot of them are individual, little episodes that stand for themselves. So if you do need a little bit of content to keep you company, definitely check out my archive and see a few channels, maybe comment, and we'll continue the conversation there. Oh, thank you. I definitely like the poster too. But yeah, it's been a very good chat, Vanessa, and everybody else. I appreciate you being here. It's actually been really fun. I never expected to go for this long. I just planned on doing an hour or so. Ryan's still here. Thanks for dropping back in. But yeah, no, thank you everybody for being here. It's been a really good chat. I've really enjoyed it. It's been longer and much more enjoyable than I anticipated. But everybody have a Merry Christmas. It's good to chat with you, and hopefully we'll do this again soon. Oh yeah, no, Vanessa, you've been very, very fun to talk to, and I appreciate your input and your questions and everything. That's exactly what we're here for, is trying to question the commonly accepted knowledge. So anyways, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. I like knowing that people like having the venue to talk to. Yeah, insomniacs are important. To be honest, that's a lot of the reason why I started the stream in the first place. Is I'm somebody who often on a day like Christmas Day is up late at night looking for someone to talk to and something to watch on YouTube, and there's often not much to do. So thought it'd be fun to just get on here and see who felt like having someone to talk to. So it's been really nice chatting with you guys. But as for me, it's time to tap out. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you all have a good evening, and I hope we chat soon. Thank you all for being here, and have a good night, good morning, and a Merry Christmas. Good night, everybody.